Mr. Mayor, I have 6:01, if you'd like to call the meeting to order.
Great, thank you. So we are here for the regular commission meeting Tuesday, January 10, 2023. Call to order. Madam Clerk, will you do roll call, please?
Mayor Growth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Olivera.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Oliveira. Moving on to item number 4, additions, deletions, or withdrawals from the agenda,
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
please.
I would like to pull both consent items from the consent agenda. There were some minor errors within the minutes that we'd like to just clarify the record so that you all can vote on. And then we have two gentlemen here that are here to assist us with a couple of the discussion items. So I would like to try to prioritize the items that they would participate in discussion. So if we can move item 12B as in Brian and 12C as in Kat to follow item 13B as in Brian, which is the 2023 legislative agenda. That would move up all the discussion items that they would participate in.
Okay, so let's kind of take that one by one. First, we have a request to remove items 9A and 9B from the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do we need a motion to do that, or can we just agree to remove those?
Set it once everything's done.
Okay.
So just one instead of for each item.
Okay. So we'll set each of those items one by one.
Right, so we would remove the consent, and then the additional items that I'm requesting is to move item 12B, commission meeting format municipal, and item 12C, which is 5.6 off-street parking code enforcement, to move them further down in the discussion agenda after item 13B, which is the 2023 legislative agenda.
And this is just to prioritize the individuals that are here to help us testify on some
Correct.
of these matters. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I
If
don't see.
there's anybody else that might have.
So let's open that up then. Does anyone have any comment or issue with moving those agenda items to help with the people here to testify? Okay. So we will do it. We'll do it in that order. So
I don't know if there's is there, I guess, anybody else in the commission that wants to move or add or anything to the agenda before we call motion to approve and set?
okay. Anything
I
else?
actually have a couple of things, if you don't mind, Jonathan.
Sure.
So I want to, look, this is a long agenda, I know, folks, and I'm going to say I want to add 3 things, but they're 3 quick little easy things, and I want to add on because they have a bit of timeliness to them. One is I asked Shantae to email to you guys today this hearing that the county is having about a high-density item taking place near us in North Miami. I would ask that we add that as new business towards the top of the new business to make sure that we get to it. And the reason is there is a Board of the County Commissioners meeting on Thursday, January 19th. And if we want to engage with them in some way, we would need to do that tonight or we would miss our opportunity. So that should be a quick conversation. The second thing is the former commission had been working on a swale ordinance for quite some time, and it kind of got tabled while we work on some other things. There's one part of that that involves parking. And given that we are dealing with driveways on the agenda tonight, I would like us at the end of the driveway conversation to have a quick conversation about the swale ordinance, not the ordinance itself, not to go through it, but just to discuss how we might want to move forward with the parking portion of that separately, because the rest of it is a much more big tangled up kind of a thing. But the parking thing is happening like every day. And all these people, not all these people, I'll take that back. many people who come in for driveway permits include some portion of the right of way as that project. So things are being done that may or may not align with what we want done in the rights of way. So I just want to have a discussion about the possibility of pulling that out of the greater swale topic and discussing a timeline for that in the future, excuse me. And then I would also like to have a quick conversation about our schedule for moving forward with the land development code. We had one special meeting to discuss it. The second one's not been scheduled yet. I think we better discuss the timing of all of that as well. While we wait on these things, we're not waiting. While we work on these things, people move forward with new construction specifically. Last night, there was one person, a developer, came to the planning board meeting and was there to present on 3 different lots in the village, the same exact house to be placed on 3 different lots. So it was a developer saying, I want to tear down 3 of your buildings and put one building repeated 3 times throughout your village. It's happening. It's moving forward while we don't work on it. So I want to discuss the timing of that and how we can get this thing scheduled for us to work on. So I would ask that those 3 quick conversations be added to the agenda.
Okay, so one by one, really, very quickly, the density item, the North Miami density item.
Mhm.
We want to put that at the top of the new business, but it's going to have to come after 13A and B because we're addressing that first, correct? Manager?
Because he has these folks he wants to get out.
Correct.
I understand.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. Then
So-
the second is the parking portion of the swale. Have a conversation about that at the end of the driveway ordinance that is on tonight's agenda. So just at the end, just kind of as a PS, now let's chat about that timing real quickly. So that would be added on to 12C, if it's still 12C at this point.
So, oh, go ahead.
And then land development code, talk about the scheduling to keep that moving forward.
Okay, so the way that I have it written up then is when we get to item 12 and 13, it's going to go 12A, strategic plan initiative, 12D, you correct me if I'm wrong, please, 12D, 12E, 13A, 13B, 12B, 12C with the addition of the parking item for this, from the swale item. We'll go from 12C to the density, the North Miami density letter, then into 13C, 13D, and then discussions of the land development code. That's all right? Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other additions, deletions, or changes or anything before we move on those items?
You need a motion to approve that? Motion to approve the revised agenda?
Okay, Commissioner Kenny with motion to approve. Second? Commissioner Gonzalez, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right. Now we've taken care of that. Let's move on to item 5A, proclamation National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. I will now read on to the record the proclamation for item 5A. Whereas the concept of having a police force has evolved throughout history from being part-time and privately funded to the first full-time publicly funded American police force in Boston in 1838. And whereas by the late 1880s, all major cities had police forces to protect public order. And whereas there are now more than 800,000 law enforcement officers in the United States. And whereas Biscayne Park boasts its own police force employing 10 full-time officers, 5 part-time officers, 26 reserve officers, and 3 administrative officers, which include 2 commanders and a police chief who collectively make our village one of the safest communities in South Florida. And whereas National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, known as LEAD, has been observed on January 9 since 2015, and those who observe the day spend it thanking police officers for their daily sacrifices made in their communities. And whereas turning on blue lights at homes is recognized across the country as a sign of support for LEAD, and whereas LEAD demonstrates that communities recognize the difficulty in police work and they support the police as they provide a critical public service, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim January 9, 2023 as Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and call upon the residents of Biscayne Park to pay special tribute to our local police force by putting blue lights outside their homes, signs of support for their first responders, and by personally thanking our officers on duty. Looking down to 5B, proclamation for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I'll read the proclamation onto the record. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. devoted his life to advancing equality, social justice, and opportunity for all, and challenged all Americans to participate in the never-ending work of building a more perfect union. And whereas Dr. King's teachings continue to guide and inspire us in addressing challenges in our communities. And whereas the King Holiday and Service Act, enacted in 1994, designated the third Monday in January as a National Day of Volunteer Service. And whereas since 1994, millions of Americans have been inspired by the life and legacy of Dr. King to serve their neighbors and communities on the King Holiday. And whereas serving on the King Holiday is an appropriate way to honor Dr. King, meet local and national needs, bring neighbors together, and strengthen our community and nation. And whereas the King Day of Service is the only federal holiday commemorated as a National Day of Service, a day on, not a day off, and offers an opportunity for Americans to give back to their communities and make an ongoing commitment to service throughout the year. And whereas each of us can and should contribute to making our community better with increased opportunity for all of our citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim January 16, 2023 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Service Day and call upon the people of Biscayne Park to pay tribute to the works of Dr. King through community service projects on this holiday and throughout the year. Okay, looking down to item 5C, holiday award winners.
Mayor, we just want to acknowledge that we had quite a lot of nominations this holiday season for the various holiday awards. Many residents decorated their homes in celebration of the holiday season. Thank you all for suggesting judges to go around and being able to judge the competition, as we say. We had three winners. Spirit of the Season was awarded to property 11325 Northeast 8th Court, which is Jason and Jessica Allen. I don't know if they're here with us today. Don't think so. Best decoration for kids was given to 11305 Northeast 10th Avenue, Karen and Steve Bruce. Also not here. And best light display, 764 Northeast 111th Street, sorry, which is Isabel Denez, thank you, and Jean Louis Narboni. Isabel, are you here? Okay, we have Isabel here. Let me just, so that we can show, it is a gorgeous home. And here we go. And so it is absolutely a beautiful home. Isabel, thank you so much for participating and making our community bright and joyful. Commission, would you all mind standing in front and maybe taking a picture with our resident award winner? Thank you again, Isabel. It was gorgeous. A lot of hours put into decorating and then taking it down. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So we will move on to item number 6, public comment.
If there's anybody in the public comment that would like to come up to the podium and use your microphone, for those on Zoom, if you can please raise your hand. The raise hand icon is next to the share screen at the bottom of the Zoom meeting. Once those in attendance have spoken, we will call on your name and we'll allow for you to unmute and turn on the camera if you like. Should be.
Bob Anderson, 11th Place, 119th Street. On 13A, where it has owner builder knowledge test, I like to understand what, besides the 5 questions, how can an owner builder study for the test? What is the criteria that the owner builder may need for something? And we do have, you don't have to pay for the permit when you paint your house outside, but you do have to go ahead and get a permit for doing it. Is that going to be on the test when you paint your house? And a suggestion, if we're, if we're going to go down this road, why not have a system that the owner builder can go ahead and send in, if they don't understand something, send an email in and get a reply back to from the city of where to look it up in appropriate building code so they can get themselves educated. Also, something that's been brought up for years, people are complaining about, traffic, speeding through the village. Obviously, the police can't be all over the village simultaneously. Why don't we go ahead and invest in one of those high-tech speed trailers where actually you put the trailer out there, it shows you the speed like what we have now, but it records the time and date of the speed. Also, they have models that actually you could set it for, if the vehicle is going over a certain speed, it takes a photograph of that vehicle. By having something like that, now you can go ahead, the police department can go ahead and take a look at the time and date of particular streets, wherever it is being moved to, and have some idea of when the time is really, somebody needs to be out there, and start issuing tickets instead of guessing. It's going to give you a lot of data. Thank you.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. Item 12C, Mario's request to extend the driveway installation deadline. This ordinance, the concept of this ordinance, really is not new. It is basically tweaking of that which existed. And there's been over a year since enactment to come into compliance. With the deadline being in the ordinance, I think in all likelihood, if you choose to make a change, you're going to have to reopen the ordinance for a new first and second reading. That, of course, costs time and money, and it might be opening a can of worms that you sort of wish you hadn't reopened. If there are extenuating circumstances, and that happens, obviously, I don't see why this wouldn't be treated like any code issue through the courtesy notice process. The code officers can work with people on a case-by-case basis to secure compliance. There really is not a need for an across-the-board extension, which first of all, just encourages people to wait around, not pay any attention to deadlines because they know eventually they'll get changed. It also tends to demean and diminish the credibility of the whole process. And it's really not fair to those who did whatever they needed to do, pulled it all together, and came into compliance by the deadline. As far as the permit fee increases, there's a reference in the backup to Miami Shores and El Portal, but I couldn't find anything from them. And I think residents would really like, that they're most like us, to see that comparison. As far as the owner builder test, my biggest concern, is I put in an email to all of you, if we make things too draconian, we will see a decrease in owner builder permits and quite possibly a corresponding increase in work without a permit. The point is, at least owner builder permits assure that inspections are being done and things are being done to code. Now onto the cat issue. And anybody who knows me knows I'm a real cat person, but it's gotten out of control. I mean, I can't blame people for being very upset. It's an unsanitary, unpleasant situation. And there's two things that stand out to me that we need to deal with. One is the cat hoarder situation. I realize we don't have the resources for that. So perhaps our new county commissioner, Mickey Steinberg, might be able to engage the county to come help us there. That is an unsafe situation for the neighbors, and it's not a safe situation for the cats. They have good intentions, but it's almost cruel. The other thing is open feeding. I think it's a time to reconsider the viability of allowing open feeding. And for some reason, people use paper plates, soggy, full of wet cat food, and put them on the porch and put them on the front yard. Again, it's unsanitary. It's not fair to the animal that comes to depend on that person. That person may move, anything may happen, and you've got all these dependent animals that are then bothering the neighbors who weren't doing the feeding and may have issues with cats. So I think if we try those two, it'll sort of get us on the road to mitigation. Thanks.
Hi, good evening. Tiffany Hill from, is this on?
Yeah, if you can speak directly into the microphone.
Gotta get
You
really
can
close.
Take it out if you want. Yeah.
660 Northeast 119th Street. First, I wanted to bring up, I've noticed probably years being here that driving around, you notice houses with major stains on the front of them, very dirty roofs, driveways, overgrown landscaping. And, you know, I wait to see if they'll get better or cleaned. And then, you know, we get a citation for building a garden box in the front, something to it we thought would improve the overlook curb appeal, but yet you have people on your street with dirty roofs and, I mean, big stains on the front of the houses. And I'm like, this makes no sense. You know, like, what is the order of process for this with like a minimum maintenance standard for the exterior of homes, especially, you know, facing the street? I'm sure we have some type of maintenance standards. I'm hoping that we all have to adhere by. So I'm not sure who's responsible for it. I know I used to see, I haven't seen in a long time, probably since COVID, code enforcement cars driving around. So that made me happy, but I haven't seen that in a while. So I don't know if that's going on, if we have people doing that. If we do, who's overseeing that they're doing their job? Are they being held accountable? So just not sure what the process is on that, if that's still going on. I don't think it should take a neighbor complaining about another neighbor for it to be resolved. That should be something the city is handling. I don't feel neighbors tattletelling on neighbors is what should, you know, get the job done. Quickly to bring up, hopefully we can schedule a residents discussion or something about the LDC going on before there is a regular commission meeting schedule. I know a lot of residents have been talking about having a proper discussion where we're involved, talk about the different things and get ideas. So also, how do we plan on getting more residents to participate in this important discussion? I don't think we should always rely on technology to communicate to residents. I'll be more than happy to volunteer and door knock with someone. We can go and knock on doors and educate our residents on what's going on, the importance of being involved and being in these meetings. I think getting face to face with people is very important, especially the demographics of our residents. I think we need to be more face to face rather than technology. And then also I want to piggyback on the cat issue. It is becoming unsafe for all. They are jumping on our cars, scratching them up. You got to get a new paint job, thousands of dollars to touch up your car. And, you know, so that, and also the open feeding obviously is keeping them around. So whatever we can do to help that situation for all, for the residents, for the cats, keeping them safe, keeping our properties safe. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mayor, I have a Sean O, and I'm asking them to unmute. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, Mario. This is Sean O'Neill, 11709 Northeast 8th Avenue. So, yeah, I'd echo, as the commission probably knows, I'm here basically to speak to the cat issues. That's one that's negatively impacting me and our property. I would say that, the issue of, I'm an animal lover. I used to own animals. We're looking to get a dog soon. My kids love animals. The reason we don't have cats in our house is because all of us except the 3 of the 4 of us are allergic to them. So, we don't have a problem with cats. I'll just start by saying that. What we do have an issue with is how in recent years, it has gotten to the point where it's become an impact on our enjoyment of our private property. I've come to a commission meeting before. I've spoken with, various people who were formerly on the commission, various people from the neighborhood who've given lots of, humane suggestions. And we've tried them. We've tried sprinklers, all these other things, but, I don't have a sprinkler that gets them off my car or off my patio. I've sent in, photos of property damage that's happened on our house. So this is just the personal impact. I've got kids, we play in our backyard and it smells like a litter box back there. We have a pool back there. It's not exactly, fun recreation on a warm sunny day when you get, the winds blow the right way. So, we do have the open feeding ordinance. I would echo what the other residents have said about, I haven't done a deep dive into the safety or that sort of issue, but you can read opinions on that say different things. But what I do know is, our neighbors should be thinking about people other than themselves and how it impacts other people. So, it's one thing to feed cats on your property or feed dogs or have animals. If there was a dog my dog was running into my neighbor's yard and tearing up their bushes, it would be a problem. If I had a pet parrot or a pet monkey or something like that, it would be a problem. So I think, this applies to, cutting your grass, to parking vehicles in your driveway, all these things. We live in a neighborhood. We choose to be in this area because it's full of nature, beautiful trees, birds, and we've had rodents killed in our rodents. I don't mean rats. I mean like a squirrel in our backyard. We've had blue jays killed in our yard because there's a family of blue jays that lives in our Clusia. So, I don't think it's right to just pick and choose which nature you want to love, but, I think it's something that impacts us all. And, we live in a neighborhood, and the key part of that is neighbor. We don't live in farms where we have hundreds of acres for people to do as they please. I can't park a certain type of vehicle out in front of my driveway because it's part of making the whole neighborhood beautiful. So I won't go on and on about it, but I'm glad. I want to thank the commissioners for, taking this item, and kind of bringing it to the public, so we can have a discussion about, ways to resolve this. So, no animals are harmed or animals are safe and all that sort of thing. But also we're not gonna, end up, wanting to strangle our neighbors, because, we've had conversations and people just do whatever they want to do. So I don't think it should be a free for all. So I just want to end by saying thank you again for taking up this issue. And I look forward to having a productive discussion and also informing the rest, the neighborhood about, the laws and the safety and all these other things and the ordinances that we actually have in place.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I see no other hands up.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I have one comment to read into the record. Brian Cooper, 839 Northeast 115th Street. It is time for us to uphold our bird sanctuary ideals. Feral cats kill 2.4 billion birds each year in the lower 48 states. One way we can help with the larger tragedy is to create and enforce laws designed to limit the population of feral cats and the feeding of those cats in the village. We also need more collaboration from the police department to work with code on the issue when residents register complaints. In the past, our police department would, when needed, work hand in hand with our code and other departments on comparable community issues. Such community policing was the norm. However, I have recently heard some residents tell me that our Biscayne Park Police are saying it is not my job and passing the buck, and residents to an understaffed county services that never have been able to respond to our needs on this issue. I hope village collaboration can be restarted to address feral cats and open feeding, and that in our police department rises to the level of needed community service and policing on this issue. But feral cats are only part of the problem. There are articles that are provided, which I can share the email if needed. It is important village residents stop using these pesticides. Please consider legislation banning the use of these pesticides in the village. There's a link provided. After reading the National Geographic article, you will see the horrible impact this system pesticide has on the lives of our birds, resulting in the malnutrition, death, and decline in our village. Last, the terrible health and death experiences of the feral and openly fed cats in our village must be considered too. Open feeding is not the humane solution that people believe. Education on the front also is needed, along with direction. Sincerely, Brian Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you. So having no other additional public comments at this time, we'll move on to commission reply to comments. Is there anyone that would like to start with any replies to comments?
I'll just say something in regards to code. I'm very much pro code. I've been here long enough to know that since I've been in Biscayne Park, we have a code problem. We continue to have a code problem. It's nothing new. I mean, anybody can drive around this village and see that there's plenty of code issues. A lot of the things that we're discussing today go back to code. The open feeding is a code issue. The dirty roofs. I got a warning one time for a dirty roof. I live on Griffing and I walked outside my house and 80% of the roofs on Griffing were dirty, but I got one. So, you know, the other side of that coin is that the minute that you start cracking down on code, then you have a bunch of people complaining. We live in an HOA and let me be and let me do what I want. And, you know, so there has to be it's a very delicate dance. But I will tell you that I am aware that we have a code problem. And it's something that as a commission, I think that we need to look into and we need to address and we need to figure out how we want to proceed as a city, because the reality is that right now it's still not working, in my opinion. So it's something that we need to look into. Yeah, I don't have a response directly to anyone. Of course, everyone, thanks for coming. We always like hearing your comments. But since you brought that up, Art, I'm going to support you on that, echo that, and just kind of play one of my cards right now. At the end of the meeting, we're allowed to put things on future meeting agenda. And I'll be asking tonight that we add to the March meeting agenda a commission discussion about code enforcement. So I'll discuss that later at the end of the meeting when it's time to do that. But I agree, it's time for us to have a conversation and figure out what's going to happen.
Any other reply to comment?
I would just want to say thank you to the residents that showed up. We've gotten the emails over the last month regarding the open feeding issue and kind of more importantly, the infringement on the enjoyment of your property and not being able to enjoy your backyard and your vehicles being scratched. And, you know, I personally experienced some of that myself. I've actually done some preliminary research on the cat colony issue that we have that is a statewide issue. I know that, you know, the trap and spay has been a big movement or effort. However, everything that, and I look forward to the discussion. I really do, because I think that as neighbors and elected officials here, we can come up with something, some sort of idea. And I'm sure code is going to be very involved in that. I will say a lot of the research that I read has to do with it happens that if you eradicate one colony, it seems that there's another colony ready to move right in, and they certainly won't be spayed and neutered. So you may end up with bigger colonies, right? So it's a really, really intense and complex conversation, and I'm very much looking forward to having it collaboratively. So thanks again for showing up tonight.
Just agree with what has been said. I'm not going to add more to that, but thank you for everyone who came to speak on the different issues.
Okay, so we will move down to item 8, reports, which starts with item 8A, managers report.
Thank you, Mayor. Not too much to add to what's already on the manager's report that's already been presented. Just a couple or a few things. One, I just wanted to point to your attention, the freebie report on the ridership. If you look at some of the numbers that we see a continued steady increase going on, which is great on a quarterly basis. I'm doing the report for the county now. In the last quarter, so October through December, we've had 1,200 rides, which is amazing. We didn't think it would ever be used, and we're already at 1,200 for a quarter. So it's a great program that we're continuing to move forward. To give you a quick recap, before every commission meeting, the Friday before, I'm hosting coffee with staff at the Parks and Rec. We had our second this past Friday. We had 2 residents stop by. One had a concern with regards to code, which our code officer was there and was able to take down the information. The other resident had some questions about short-term vacation rentals, which we were able to kind of communicate and work out with them. I encourage everybody, the Fridays before commission meetings, regular commission meetings at the rec center, staff will be there from 7:30 to 9, just to have an informal chat, informal conversation about anything. It doesn't have to be on the agenda. It can be on anything. In preparation for a couple of grants that we have going on, that will be towards the end of spring and the summer timeframe. There are two particular grants that we're looking for. One is going to be for the Edberg Park, and the other would be here for the log cabin, not only for some potential roof repairs, but also to turn the windows into impact windows. We have a problem with the application. We need to be able to prove to the grant organizations title of deed for the properties. The deed for the properties, we can't find them. Not to say that they're not at the storage facility somewhere many years ago or whatnot. In order for us to move forward, it's not something that's like, oh, look, it's in our code. That's not going to be sufficient. So we would need to do an opinion of title for both properties. Our legal department, which is sitting with us, the entire department's here. Their firm is able to do that. It's not within the services, so it would be an additional cost if there's consensus. This would also be, I can transfer money within the administration budget to do that, but it would come in as a budget amendment later. I think we normally start the first reading in March, but I'm anticipating at most about $6,500 for both properties to do all the filing and the survey and everything that's needed. So before I move forward with that, I just wanted to see if the commission was willing to go through that process so that we can get the opinion of title and then do the applications for the grants.
Yeah. How much is it?
I'm going to cap it at 6,500, and that should take care of the hourly and the survey and everything that would be needed for the properties.
$6,500 because we can't find a piece of paper. I'm not blaming you, 2 pieces of paper. So do
Two.
you, right, so is it an actual piece of paper? You need the physical piece of paper, electronic version of
I
it?
need the actual deed. We contacted the county, and the county clerk's department. They don't have
You
it.
don't keep a copy?
We looked at our records. We looked at, Shantae, I think even went over to the rec center to see if it was in any of those storage boxes. We couldn't find that either. We tried to contact the organizations to see if they would accept, the park is obviously listed in our code in one aspect. I said, that's not good enough. We need to know that you actually own the property. So we are the public record.
That's you, Jonathan. Produce. So, go ahead.
The mic.
Sorry. We did check the official records from Miami-Dade County and it's not there either.
That's more what I meant.
Is it possible that it's at Iron Mountain? Is that the only other place you could look?
It's a possibility, but I don't,
And I have no idea what's there. It's a storage facility.
it's basically, yeah, it's.
Is there a
basically
ton of
storage.
stuff there? I have no, I don't know where
There-
it is.
There is quite a bit.
Look, if you want, for the prospect of saving us $6,500, which I know is a lot of money, not a lot of money, but it's a lot of money. If you need some volunteers to sit there and go through some stuff, I'll be one of them, Mario, and we take a crack at it. I just hate spending $6,500 for no good reason. If someone can sit on the floor and dig through boxes and go, is this it? So whatever,
We-
I'll do whatever you think is best, but I'd be very happy to help.
Shantae, for Iron Mountain, can we just sit into the room, or do we have to specify what box and stuff we need in order to look through it?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will do the research tomorrow, to find out for you, and I can report back.
If you
Yeah,
guys
I
all
don't-
agree.
I
I'm
don't
just
think-
saying, if you want to try to save some money, I'll help. I don't know if anyone else is willing to help.
Yeah, I don't think we can just go to Iron Mountain and start looking through the room. We would have to say, give me these boxes, and they typically deliver it. I don't know if we can go over there. If we do go over there,
Is there a fee associated with that service, though? Just curious.
we pay a storage fee to Iron Mountain,
It's in-
but to look through it, I don't know that there's a
Is there
fee.
delivery fee if you requested things to come over? Are things
Don't know.
organized there? Like there are things that are marked village as opposed to street files for properties? I'm just thinking out loud here. I have no idea.
I don't know what was done in the past, sir.
Maybe you could try, just ask to see what they're able to do for us, if they're able to pull records, if there is a cost associated with it, because then we can start talking about like offsetting
Yeah.
costs. If it's gonna cost us a couple $100, every time we deliver it, then,
Right. Then it wouldn't make sense anyway.
right.
But maybe they have things labeled there. Maybe whomever organized this at one point has things labeled in some way that it might, I don't know. Wouldn't hurt to ask. So whatever you guys all decide to do, if you want to approve Mario to spend the money tonight, I'll go along with it, but I'd hate to spend $6,500 for nothing.
Depending on the time frame that all of this is needed for grants, applications to be submitted, you mentioned summer. I can, as an amazing professional organizer, I am happy to jump on and onto this task with Mac. I'm very good at
Yep.
finding things.
We'll let you all know and then bring that back if need be. And then last,
Mario, sorry, one question. So this isn't just, I don't know, but the $6,500 will come out of our budget. This is through no open bidding. This is directly with Valerie and her team. There is no need for open bidding for it.
not for professional services. And then one last idea that I wanted to, and I've brought this up to each of you individually, but to kind of talk, to kind of, within Village Hall, we try to cover the entire day from open to close. Unfortunately, there are times where some people go on lunch and realistically, nothing can really get done unless that person's there. And so we try to scatter lunch throughout, anywhere between 11 through sometimes 3 o'clock, because we have a ton of people in the lobby trying to address and so that person might not be able to get to lunch until 3, and then you have people coming in, well, they're not coming back until 4, because they're at lunch, and so it creates, a little bit of a situation. We don't really have the staff to cover everybody's position while someone goes out to lunch and have someone be there and still address everything that might be needed for the department, whether it's the building department or on the admin side. So one of the things that I'd like to do is just dedicate a lunch hour within Village Hall where between, I'll say between 1 and 2, because I know others might come during their lunch. So we would advertise on our, on the door, Village Hall is closed between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. And then we would open back up until from 2 to 5. That gives everybody the opportunity to, especially if they're customer facing, to have lunch and no one is missing at random sporadic times throughout the afternoon because they're taking their lunch randomly. So I'd like to do that, maybe start it for February and see how that works for a couple months. And then also an idea, we're constantly behind the 8 ball when it comes to paperwork, especially in the building and the code department. There's a lot that comes in, and when you're also dealing with phone calls, in person, and emails, you tend to start prioritizing those things, and then all the paperwork that you need to make sure everything's up to date starts falling behind more and more and more. To the point, excuse me, recently, I had our vendor for the building department, they're bringing in somebody 3 times a week to try to help catch the building department up. Currently, and there's a lot of different conversations that come part of it, but even for the fee schedule, sometimes even though the planning board might approve something, by the time our building clerk is able to fee that permit, it might be several weeks just because of everything that's backlogged. So I'm trying to catch everything up. I think one aspect that might assist in this is that Village Hall, not that we close down, but Village Hall is closed to the public for half a day on the first and third Fridays of the month, right? So we would be open from 9 to 12. So someone can still come in. If there's an appointment that needs to be done with an inspector or the planner, we can still accommodate that, but we're not just open to random walk-ups during that. And then that gives us at least the afternoon to be able to get everybody to try to work on a lot of that administrative, a lot of calling people back or responding to the emails and not have to worry about random walk-ins and a random either administrative or building quote unquote emergency that then pushes everything back. I'd like to try this for a couple months to see how that works. And so it wouldn't be rotating. We would advertise it as well. First and third Fridays, Village Hall will be open from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then close from 12 to 5. That way, again, it's a standard time. It's not rotating. It's not changing. And we know it's always the first and the third. If there's 4 Fridays in the month, that's fine. There's 4. If there's 6 Fridays, it doesn't matter. If there's only 3, then the first and the third, those are the only ones that still happen. So that would still address. Many cities close throughout the day longer than an hour for lunch. And sometimes it's 2 hours. So they might open from 8 or 9 to 12, and then they open back up at 2. And that allows for administrative and lunch and all that kind of stuff. Some close Fridays where they only work 4 days a week and they close every Friday. I don't want to jump the gun, but I do want to try something to see if we can kind of improve some of those efficiencies and to make the process a little bit faster and better for the residents. So I just want to propose that to the commission and see if you guys are willing to experiment a little bit for a couple months, and then we can talk about whether we keep it or we go back, or maybe after 2 we realize, oh no, this is a big mess and I just cancel it. But I at least wanted to bring it up to you all.
Can we comment on that now?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to sum that up, it's closed for 1 hour every day for lunch, and first and third Fridays, it's a half day.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the lunch hour?
From 1 to 2.
From 1 to 2.
That way we're open during normal lunch hour
During
for
our-
a resident to come in if they want.
Exactly. Okay. My only comment about that, yeah, I think it's fine to try it. Why not? I mean, I know you guys are just like buried in there all the time and trying to dig out with a very tiny staff. I get it. It's the first and third Friday part of that that concerns me a little bit because it involves people remembering that. And then which one is it? I can see that becoming a tripping hazard. I'd just assume if it's just going to be a trial thing, I'd say do it every Friday and say, Fridays we're open from 9 to 12 and then the village hall is closed. I'd rather just do it that way so no one has to remember which Friday are they closed and which one is it now? And there's 5 Fridays this month. I'd just rather, if you're going to try it, I say just go for it and say Friday's half day and then report back to us in 3 months and tell us how it's going.
And I
Trust me, we'll all
I didn't
hear.
want to overshoot.
We'll all hear if it's an issue. But it's, as my brain would just rather know Friday's village hall is closed half a day.
Just to be clear, it's not closed. It's closed to the public.
Right,
I
but
think
we're still
that's an
working.
Closed to the
important
public.
Part of that, because I think you'd be able to report back, we are very caught up,
Right.
so it'd be very positive.
All I would like to do is just, if it's gonna help you get everyone caught up, then I think it's important. But all I'd like to do is that maybe instead of waiting, like you mentioned, I'm sure we will hear if there are any issues. But just make sure that we try to keep this in mind for every regular commission meeting for each month, just to kind of check in on the progress.
Absolutely.
Because if we get a ton of comments in the first month, we don't want to wait 3 months to continue to let it
No,
run.
that-
So if we can just keep up with it, we can check in a month and see how things are going. I just like to kind of make sure that we address it. That's all.
Absolutely.
100% agree. And I think that doing it on every Friday, it's easier for everybody to remember.
Good. So what I'll do, Commission, is I'll put together a informational flyer. I'll make sure that we post it on Nextdoor, our website, eBlast. If you all can share it once I sent it out, I would appreciate that as well. And then we'll be noticing on our door as well. And then, if something becomes permanent, then we'll do like on any normal, even on other cities where you just etch it out or you put the stickers on the doors so that way people know. But for now, we'll work with flyers so that everybody know. And I don't know, I'll see if someone's creative where they can do one of those big poster boards and just tape it on the bottom. My handwriting's horrible, but maybe Shantae might want to do it. I appreciate the support and thank you.
Are you going to do first and third or every?
I'll go with the commission recommendation for every, that way it's less
I'm cool
confusing.
with every.
I am as well, and the only last comment that I would make, and this will be in answer to any comments that we receive as we begin this process. If there's any way of when you compose that email, to speak to the backlog a little bit and to the fact that it takes so much longer, and this is really in service to residents and
Absolutely. I'll
getting
put
caught
it all
up and
together.
staying caught up in an efficient way, getting our business done. We want to be easy to do business with, right?
And I'll work to ensure that, that we finalize all that by the end of the week so that we can get that out as quickly as possible to everyone.
Clearly communicate that. So-
Mario, are you going to also put it on our website?
Yes, sir. Every. That is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So that will move us down to our village attorney.
I do not have a report.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to our village boards. Do we have reports from our village boards?
I do have a hand raise from the foundation president, Jill Gruken, but I do know we have a chairwoman here. I don't know if there's a report in person first. Okay. So I'm going to ask the chairwoman, Jill Gruken, to unmute herself and go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Commission. This is Jill Gruken. I'm the president of the Biscayne Park Foundation. I just wanted to give a super brief report. First of all, I'm very happy to, I'm sure, welcome a new member, Jennifer. I believe the Commission will be confirming her later tonight, if all goes well. I'm very excited about that. She's excited about helping us plan for events, and just, we really need it. We need other people's help. And then I also believe somebody else may be applying soon, and I'm super excited about that too. The more, the merrier, and that will be great. The second thing that I wanted to report is that for Give Miami Day back in November, we did raise about $850, and we'll be matched by Give Miami Day $250. So total, we raised over $1,000 on Give Miami Day. And we also raised money for the Food and Tunes to offset the costs of the musicians and such. We had raised a few $100s for that as well. So starting to get a little bit of traction with the fundraising after this year of kind of developing our vision and what we hope to do. If anyone's been to the rec center recently, you'll see that it is getting slowly furnished. There's a kids corner in there. It's going. We're working together with Isa, who's amazing. Just getting lots of things done. And then we also did our calendar of events, a tentative calendar of events for 2023. So we're looking forward to doing a same as last year, a Valentine's Day card making craft activity, but combining that with the bake sale as well. We'll be doing an Earth Day sort of mini farmers market. We'll be doing a Mother's Day card making activity. And of course, we'll be doing Food and Tunes again. We may have some other ideas as well, since we're welcoming some new members to our board. I know they're full of ideas, great ideas. So we hope to even, add a few more things, and we're always open to suggestions as well. And that's it for tonight. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. This is a board report, I think. So yes, please.
Janie Anderson, Code Compliance. I definitely have been remiss in not thanking and praising our new, well, they're not so new anymore, code officers Luciano Nibbs, Doreen Grant from CAP Government, and our not exactly new, because he used to work in the rec center, admin assist, Rafael Gutierrez. I feel like the past few months, the three of them have really shown a desire to elevate the department, to professionalize it. Speaking of competent evidence, it has been so much better. Our backup is clearer and concise. There's a lot of house cleaning yet to do, and yes, there are still issues. But for the first time in quite a while, with their being on board, I'm feeling like we are very definitely moving in the right direction. Now, that being said, we are also in need of a fifth member. I would want to remind everybody, we are live streamed. If you have any interest in joining the code board, you don't have to join first. Watch some of the meetings, see how we operate, see what we do, and then I think you'd feel a lot more confident, because it would really help to have that fifth member. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in board reports. If anybody else would like to give a
Good timing.
update, right on time.
Hi, sorry, I thought it still started at 7. I thought I was early. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole. I'm the chair of the Arts Board. I just wanted to come in today just to touch base. We have our Youth Music Festival coming up, and it's going to be, we're going to have the final date tomorrow, but we're looking at Saturday, February 25th, I believe it is. So I just wanted to touch base with you all. We did get funding in the amount of $1,500 approved from you all. So I wanted to know if there's any special steps, how to access that funding, what we should do, and just give you guys a heads up as well. We have our board meeting tomorrow, and we're going to confirm and solidify all the details. So I'll be able to send an email following up, so you guys have that as well.
Just work with me and we'll get that paid out.
Okay, that's great. So just wanted to let you all know.
I have a question, Nicole,
Yeah.
if you don't mind. How you doing?
Good.
And maybe Jill, if she's still online. So there is a calendar per se, Jill was mentioning they're putting together. Do you guys have the same thing already prepared? And is it something that is accessible in terms of everything in one page? I don't know if there is a restriction as using like Google Calendar or anything for, I'm guessing not because it's public information, but to have a view when everything is happening or
We
scheduled to
have
happen?
the two events we have planned out definitely. Well, almost definitely. We have Jazz Fest, the date picked for that, and then this other one. We've just been communicating with Isa, and he's been putting it in his calendar. But well, we could prepare something like that. I mean, those are kind of, we have those two in Mango Fest, but we probably won't pick the date for Mango Fest until a little closer.
was
On
Um,
the
just
village calendar?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not
once-
sure.
Correct. Once we have a confirmation from the board of the day of the event, then ISA tends to put that on the website calendar, and it's listed there on the day of.
Okay, yeah,
So-
we've given them to Isa.
So you have the whole year already laid down.
No, as they confirm the dates as to when that would happen is when we
Okay.
do it.
Because if there is already a visibility on what's happening for the rest of the, I mean, it would be
Mhm.
ideal to have something and you can allocate arts boards, then when it comes with the foundation, what's happening, so it can be easily seen where the activity is going to happen, also for the, making sure the budgets get there, that was one of the questions, but also to see when the heavy activity
Right.
it's going to be happening. And then I don't know if you guys talk to each other in terms of making sure, I'm guessing that happens. But if it doesn't, I mean, it's another easy way to contact
Yeah.
everybody on one page.
Yeah, I've been doing that with Isa. I mean, I called him today because we had originally picked a date in January, but we wanted to move it. So I called him to check in and see what dates are available in February. And he told me the foundation has an event this day and whatnot. So we do check on that. I'll check though after tomorrow. I'll see if it's on the village calendar. Because we have Jazz Fest definitely for April 1st. And that's been there for a while. So I'll double check and make sure it's all there. But
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I need to email him anyways, so I'll talk to him and I'll send it to you guys as well.
If I may, since we're talking about the calendar, Veronica, you make a good point. It'd be nice, Mario, if our calendar could be dressed up a little bit. When you look at it, all it is words that something's happening. If like events were called out in some special way. So when people versus meetings, it's very dry on there. If there is a way to make it a more,
There's not.
okay.
I just want an
Okay.
RSS
Show me
feed.
the hand.
This is Jill Grukin. Can I say something in response about the foundation's calendar?
Of course.
Perfect. So we sat down and did our tentative dates for the full year, which we submitted to ISA and to the village manager to clear it and make sure it's okay. And those dates are penciled in onto the rec center calendar and onto the village calendar at some point. But I'd be happy to provide just at a glance, easily readable calendar of events from the foundation. And Nicole and I speak often about our events and we help each other out and we're generally aware of what the other one is doing and we help each other. We try not to plan conflicting events and we work around each other. But yeah, it would be nice if we had just a calendar that we can share with each other rather than just going back and forth in the moment. So I'll provide that to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Okay, excuse me. So that wraps up our village board reports. So the last item under 8A is village commission report. We have a report.
I don't have a report.
Go ahead.
I have a couple of things if I may. Okay.
Okay.
Real quickly. So first to the folks who communicated with me and with all of us about the village holiday decorations, I heard you loud and clear. I heard you last year too, and this year again, and I agree that our decorations were pretty awful. So this year, well, they were, they are, and they were, and they are. And so this year during budget planning time, I've already made a note, and I've talked to Mario about it now, that we should have a conversation about what do we want this village to look like at holiday time? Do we want nothing, which is a viable option, right? Or do we want something, and what would that be? And what do we have to give Mario money to do? Because he's having staff do what they can do based on nothing in a budget and some stuff in boxes, So they did what they can do, but I agree. So can we do better? Maybe better is nothing at all, but we'll have that conversation at budget time this year. So I've already started a budget list for next year. To residents who are complaining about loose dogs and asking what can be done about them, we have a leash law. And while I'm very happy to hear your complaints, contacting a commissioner is not going to do anything about the dogs that are running around. But I am very happy to hear from you, so please don't stop letting me know. But when there's a loose dog in the village, call Village Hall and let the code department know. If you think it's a dangerous situation, call the police and let them deal with it. But it's something that needs to be dealt with immediately on the spot. It's not something that anyone could do something about after the fact. They can't go to a dog owner 3 days later and say, someone told me your dog was running down the street and you were walking it off leash. So we've recently had some situations where residents felt truly physically in danger from some dogs, and that's exactly what this leash law was meant to address. One of them was a dog that actually visits a home on the North Miami side of 121st Street. And it got to there were residents who were chased, children who were scared. It was a really bad situation. We got lots of complaints about that one. But just know that our police looked into it. I made a call to the North Miami Police myself. I spoke with the police chief, and he addressed it immediately and assured us that that resident now understands very clearly that that is not allowed and that that pit bull cannot be running around the street, chasing children down the street in their strollers. So it's taken care of, we hope. If something happens otherwise, let us know. And then the last thing is, Tiffany, was that a thumbs up? I can do that? Okay. So Tiffany Hill is a resident who spoke here this evening. And she's done something really cool for the village that I want everyone to know about. She's organized what she's calling a Wednesday walk. So every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, a group of residents, people who don't know each other, are meeting at the rec center at the volleyball court and all heading out for about we walked the other week for about, what, an hour, 90 minutes? I think a couple of people joined us on the way. It was a really neat thing. It was a beautiful night. I met some neighbors who I've never met before, so that's always fun. There were kids in the group. There were some dogs. I took my dog on a leash. And so everyone's invited on Wednesday, every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, come to the volleyball court and join us for a walk. We had a really good time. So thank you, Tiffany, for organizing that. And then last but not least, as a reminder, every Saturday I hold office hours at the rec center at 12 noon. I'm there about 12 to 2, depending on how many people are there to see me. This Saturday, I will not be there because I have a business responsibility I have to attend to. But every other Saturday, 12 o'clock at the rec center, you can email me and make an appointment, which some people do. Give me a heads up on the topic is always appreciated. Or you can just walk in, which is what a lot of people do, and sit down and tell me whatever's on your mind, good, bad, or indifferent. Okay, so I make myself available to residents. There you go. That's it. Thanks.
Remember seeing when you posted for the poll for the Walking Wednesdays, and I was very happy to see 5 a.m. turn to 5 p.m. And we were planning on being there that day. We got caught up with some deadlines, but next time we'll be there with the kids. Are there any other reports from any of the commission at this time? No? Okay. So we'll move on to item number 9, which is the consent agenda. And I know we already addressed this. So 9A, excuse me, 9A. What is it that we need to segment out from 9A?
Okay.
One moment. I think it's just mainly Commissioner Kennedy emailed me earlier regarding an address on the, sure.
The planning board's November 7th meeting minutes I read through, and there was an address that's incorrect, and that is the official record of the meeting, so we need to get that corrected. There was an address listed on 5th Avenue that should be 6th Avenue. So on the November 7th meeting, if you just make that address change, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with that one change
And that's
to the November 7th meeting.
the planning board.
Planning board.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so that was, excuse me, that was the update to 9A. Was there an update to 9B that we needed as well? So we can kind of, I guess, do this all as one?
Yes, and on 9B for the commission meeting minutes on the December 20th meeting on page 4 at the bottom, I need to change the motion to reflect Commissioner Oliveira's name. So I just entered Commissioner Amsler's name twice. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Amsler's name twice. So I need to change the motion to reflect Commissioner Oliveira's name.
Okay, so then with those two changes that we've just heard, I guess, first of all, is there any opposition or any comment on those changes? No, okay. So, yeah, so now what we can do is ask for a motion to approve those two items as amended.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with those two corrections.
Okay, and second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank you, Commission.
Okay, very good. So takes care of the consent agenda. We'll move on down to item 10. Ordinances, 10A. Ordinance repealing section 16.3.6 of Biscayne Park Land Development Code titled Demolition Permits.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Commission. This is an ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, repealing section 16.3.6 of the Biscayne Park Land Development Code titled Demolition Permits, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, providing for repealer, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This would be for first reading. Before you guys begin your discussion and move, I would just like to give some historical context. If you recall, back in August of 2021, the Village Commission passed and adopted an ordinance which would require an approved building permit for a new dwelling as a condition of obtaining a demolition permit. So in essence, an individual could not get a demo permit to demolish a structure or a home without having approved plans for the replacement structure. Subsequent to the adoption of that ordinance, the state legislator enacted a bill, which is now law effective July 1st of 2022, that provides that no local law or ordinance can restrict a private property owner from obtaining a demolition permit for a single family home in a special flood hazard area. So a portion, or at least our ordinance as applied to single family homes in special high hazard areas is preempted by the state statute. Our recommendation was just to repeal the whole thing. We felt that it would be very difficult to only apply it to a portion of the properties in the village versus others. It's a policy decision for you guys to make whether you want to repeal it in its entirety or still retain some semblance of the prior ordinance as applied to duplexes or properties that are not in the high hazard area. That's for your discussion and your consideration, but that's the context. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, and I can add a little bit to that, but I don't know if you want to do public comments first, or if you want me to just, because I do want to touch base on what our flood zone is.
Why don't you address that first in case it has any impact on any of the public comments that we may receive?
Sure. So on your screen, or if you can look on the television, almost all the properties within Biscayne Park is considered an AE designation. So it's high risk of flooding. The areas that you see are not shaded purple are the only areas that are identified as X. So they are not considered high prone to flooding, but they are designated as moderate to light flooding. The data that the county has or that FEMA records just doesn't put them in the category with AE. So when the attorney and I were taking a look, there are 60 properties that are not touched by the AE in one form or another. You'll see in some areas, and I'll kind of zoom in. You'll see in some areas that properties have a portion of the property under AE and another portion not. And so when you look at those properties who are completely outside of the AE, out of the 1,300 properties that we have, it's 60. And for the most part, those are duplexes. And so when we were discussing, and again, this is up for your consideration and how you want to do it, it's a policy, but we just felt it was easier, or my recommendation is it's easier to treat everybody the same and not have to worry whether this property is under this designation or that. Just treat everybody in our village essentially the same. So for a demolition permit, the only change in this ordinance is you no longer need a construction plan to obtain the permit. That's basically all this ordinance is. That's what you're repealing. They still need to get a demolition permit, but it's just that clarification. So I just wanted to point this out of what this, the flood map meant. And then I also attached in the backup, of course it would do this to me. I gotta love technology. What a brochure from the county that helps explain what the flood zone is, what it means, what the various designations are, zone A, AE, AH, AO, D, VE, X, all that kind of stuff, what all that means. That way you can read through that. And if you had any questions on that as well, that's provided by the county. And again, that's dictated by FEMA as to where our properties are located, which is also important, I think, for other conversations that we have in addressing land development code and swales and all that kind of stuff for other discussions. So I just wanted to point this out to everyone as part of that. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Before we get to public, we'll go to public comment. We'll have discussion after. So we'll open this up to public comment at this time.
Again, if you're on Zoom and you wish to make a public comment for ordinance 2023-01, please hit the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom next to the share screen. Mr. Mayor, I see none on Zoom and none approaching the mic here in person.
Okay, excuse me. So having no public comment, we will request a motion and a second to approve this ordinance. Okay, second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we'll move, we have a second, so we will move to discussion on this item. I do have one question, Madam Attorney, just so everyone is clear. The map that we were just looking at, excuse me, the state law preempts our local law with respect to all of those properties in the purple. Is that correct?
Correct.
Single, I'm assuming they're single family, okay, so only single family homes in the purple area.
Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. Okay. Any other discussion items on this?
Yeah, I have a couple of things, but I'll defer to anybody else who wants to go first.
So I just had a question, and we kind of spoke about this before, but so the main purpose of the ordinance before was to, in a way, provide for someone to be ready and build and not leave an open lot empty wherever. Just taking this out, that didn't guarantee either that they were going to move into construction anyhow. It just provided for a plan, but they could sit for months still. So in essence, providing that this goes away wouldn't change that much. Being the objective initially to have something drawn with the idea of have the space of that lot occupied, you know, making it go away because we have a conflict right now wouldn't necessarily in any way, right, help.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, but I don't know the effectiveness of the ordinance. Maybe somebody from the planning board or somebody else would know, whether it actually resulted in people building more quickly. I don't have the data.
So
Vice Mayor, and I'm sorry to interrupt Commissioner Gonzalez, to address your point, it would affect the cost that the property owner or the resident has, because they would have to go through and have an architect and all the plans associated with getting it approved for a permit go through, where with this repeal and prior to the ordinance, they would apply for a demolition permit, and then it could be 4 months before they start, or they could start right away, but they didn't have to wait for those plans before demolishing the building. So it's just more of an upfront cost on the applicant or the property owner.
It was with the ordinance as it sits now.
Right, correct.
But I'm saying the purpose of that ordinance came to conclusion because they were hoping not to have vacant lots.
There was a contractor within the village that at a time it almost seemed that they were taking all of the new redevelopment properties. And the rumor was, and I don't have a contract, but the rumor was that they got a large portion of their fee paid after demolition. But then it would sit for months at a time, whether it's because of the contractor or the property owner ran out of funds or whatever the case may be. We have a couple of those properties still like that, one on 6th Avenue, and I think it's like 116th Street, so just up the road from us. Another is over on 5th Avenue and 120th Street, where it's been vacant, an empty land for years.
Although we have this ordinance in place, it requires them to.
Somewhere before the ordinance. Right. And so that's what kind of got it started. And then you have some properties that on 117th and is it 9th Avenue or 10th Avenue, where they demolished the property, they have the plans, they still haven't started for whatever reason.
But yeah, but so there's another issue though, that once you have plans submitted and approved, there's a time frame, right? And then they would have to reapply, and
Correct.
there's a financial impact.
Yes.
And I don't remember, I think I brought this to the commission. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Anyway, the point also was that, we didn't want to see vacant lots because it also financially it impacted the village because of the tax purposes, right? So, if you have an empty lot, a lot of, and there's lots right now that have been empty for years. There's one on Griffin Boulevard that's been empty for some years. Yeah. So, so the idea, that, trying to get people to build homes is to, help the financially the village, and not to just leave empty lots overgrown like they are now and whatnot. So that was the intent.
So with that in mind, is there like a middle point that could be thought, because it was thought with that idea and, it would be ideal to have that be executed, even if it's on the areas maybe that that the FEMA does not kind of ask us to do it.
So
I'm
our,
just trying to see if there is a point in the middle, which isn't like null or
right.
or nothing.
So can I dovetail on that? So what you're saying is, can we have any teeth? Because we came up with an ordinance, part of this ordinance was it gave us some teeth, because what was happening was buildings were being torn down, developers were getting a huge chunk of money and basically walking away from a project for years. And we had a village full of empty lots. This was going back to when I first moved here. And then, of course, they're paying a whole lot less in property taxes to us. So it impacts our revenue. So it makes our village look like crap, and it impacts our revenue. So that's what we get out of the deal, right? Developer does great. This was to address that. And the properties that you see that Mario was speaking about were before the ordinance, and the ordinance was partially as a result of them. Since then, properties seem to be moving along more quickly. The one example where that doesn't seem to be is the property at 117th and 10th, but that's not them dragging their feet. They can't, they're working with Durham on a septic tank placement issue. That's the last I heard at the planning board. They've been very good with our planning board. But what it does is it makes people take the project more seriously, right? If I'm really going to do this and we're going to allow them to tear a property down and make less money in the meantime, at least that we know that they really have intent to do something, because they had to put up a whole bunch of money to get plans drawn up and go through all the motions. And then to Art's point, and then when they don't and the permits expire, they've got to pay all again. And then that process starts as well. So we're just trying to, look, developers understand, this is Mac talking, not on behalf of the Village of Biscayne Park, so attorney's going to like cringe when she hears me say this, but developers understand one thing. What is it? Money. So we're trying to get them to play along with us better in this village. Now, to give us a little, we grew some teeth. So what I'm understanding, Valerie, is the only remaining teeth we have would be to carve out those areas that aren't in the flood zone and say, you still have to do it there, or anywhere in the village where it's a duplex or not a single family home, we could still require it. So that's all over the village. So if you look at that map, there's little pieces, and we could say, well, you still have to do it in these little gray areas. But we could also say, and you still have to do it anywhere in the village if it's not a single family home. Is that correct, Valerie? Yes, there you go. I'm
Just-
all for keeping whatever fang we can keep in the game. Now,
And just for a point of clarification, if a property is demolished and they're in a zone that doesn't allow for duplex, whether it was a duplex or not, then they could only build a single family home. So there are certain areas that even though there are duplexes there, if they get completely demolished and they're in a single family, which is sector B, I think, then they could only rebuild a single family.
so it doesn't impact that at all. So they would have to come up with plans and get them. And by the way, it's not get plans approved, it's actually get building permits. It says permits in our ordinance. It doesn't say plans. It says permits. They've got to go through and have a permit in hand before we'll give them a demolition permit. So this is what I wanted to bring up was the state's taken away, state of Florida is really good at taking away local, any kind of muscle we have to manage ourselves. There's a little bit of teeth left in there. I don't know if it did that intentionally or not. I wonder if it's an oversight and then we'll get an amendment here soon when they listen to this meeting. I don't think they're listening to our meetings. But I'm all for maintaining whatever teeth we can. And if it's only the single family teeth and it's not those carved out little areas, I'd be happy with that as a compromise, but I think we should keep whatever power we have.
I mean, the duplex ones, right?
The gray areas that are not in the flood zone
Those,
and single family home throughout the village. At least it would give us some protection against something, which seems to be working. It's probably too early to tell, to be honest with you.
So I'm with you on that, with regard to keeping. The only concern I have is that flood maps change fairly often. So we'll be having this conversation again, possibly next year or the year after. So I would say you would be safer if you say this applies to the duplex properties.
Exactly what you said. So it would basically say, with the exception of properties that are in a special flood zone, that kind of mirror the same language in the statute, and then the remainder of the ordinance would remain unchanged. It will, though, put the burden on the Planning and Design Review Board to have to review every time a demolition permit comes in to ascertain whether it's in a special flood zone before they can approve that permit, or whether they're going to tell the applicant, no, you have to come back, you're required to undergo this process. So
It would require them to add the checking of the most current flood map
Yes,
as
so
part
that
of
would put a
their
burden
review
on-
process
yeah.
is
on the planning board, right?
Mario, our building official, or Jonathan, our building official is here. I don't know how this all works. When someone comes to the planning board to get something approved, on any of the plans, does it say what the flood zone is on there? Is that something that's automatically on there? Okay. 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 So could we put the
Map is
onus?
taken from the county website where you just put in your address and it shows you where you're at.
So could we put that onus on the property owner to say, and you have to provide this document that shows, go online and show us what flood zone you're in? The board, they could do it like even live at a meeting, they could pull it up and do it. Okay.
It's an interactive map on the website.
It's that easy. Okay.
Okay, so.
Well, look, we don't have a choice in this. I mean, we have to do something here because the state's requiring us. But who made the motion? Veronica, I think you did. But it's a motion to approve.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
You, Art did. So Art, would you be interested in amending your motion to carve out those areas and to allow us to continue enforcing there and in single family homes?
Honestly, thinking about it, I feel more comfortable with the duplex thing. I don't want to single out any specific little tiny areas and then, make an exception and say, oh, this is not allowed here, but it's allowed there because of the flood zone. I don't feel comfortable with that. I'm more comfortable with talking about multifamily homes. So no. Only if we say multifamily.
You want to amend your motion?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to include, to make an exception for multifamily homes.
And Valerie,
Rephrase, if I may, kind of rephrase the motion.
thank you.
It would be to approve the ordinance, amending it so that well, I guess it's repealing. Let me look at the language of the ordinance.
Would we say something to the effect that repealing the ordinance as it relates to single family homes and continuing to require multifamily homes to obtain construction permits to obtain a demolition permit, something to that extent.
I think that's sufficiently clear for the record, and obviously it's going to come back for a second reading.
And we'll clarify that language legally.
I think it's just going to make it easier also for the planning board, to determine what's happened.
And just to add to that thought, Commissioner Gonzalez, just looking at the percentages of the single-family homes outside of that purple area, it's 4%. It's so small. It's de minimis almost.
Yes, and I'm going to agree with this. But just to be clear, it is an area of the village that is really ripe for development. So it's an area that has some of the lower valued properties that developers would love to come in and snarf up and make that the next thing in Biscayne Park. So there is that. But I'm going to go
Understood.
along with Art's motion.
Okay, so then we have a new motion pending? An amended motion, yes. We have an amended motion. Okay, so we have that. So do we have a second to the amended motion?
I'll second the amended motion.
Okay. So,
If you're going to take a vote, it's a roll call.
okay, so as to the amended motion, let's call for roll call vote on the amended motion, if we could.
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera. Mayor, ordinance 2023-01 passes first reading as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so let's move on to agenda item number 11, resolutions.
Thank you. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, ratifying the selection of members to the Governing Board of Directors to the Biscayne Park Foundation, providing for an effective date.
Okay, do we have a motion on the,
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jennifer Etzler to the foundation.
okay, do we have a second? Okay, all in favor? I'm sorry, excuse me, commission discussion on the item. Any discussion to be had on the item? Seeing none. Okay. So, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed? Motion passes.
Resolution 2023-02, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, waiving the village's competitive bidding procedures pursuant to Section 2-139 of the Village's Code of Ordinances, and authorizing the village manager to purchase policy and compliance management software from Power DMS, the sole software option that meets accreditation standards for the Commission for Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation in an amount not to exceed $9,015 and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Olivera, do we have a second?
Second it.
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. We are currently in the process of accreditation, and part of that is ensuring that our officers have their regular training, that they're up to date with the appropriate procedural documentations, statute updates, code updates, or anything like that from the county. What this software does is it tracks to make sure, it sends out to all the officers a notice that they have to read through the documents and do whatever training that they're required to do. It tracks the amount of time that they're on it. It tracks when, how often. This is what's required for us to get accredited. And that shows that we are following proper police procedures. This is the only software that is approved by the Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation Agency, which is with the state. And so this is a sole source. However, we don't have provisions within our code for sole source purchasing. And so this is coming to you as a waiver of competitive bid because there is no one else in the marketplace that could bid for this software that's approved by the Florida law enforcement. And I know we have the police chief on Zoom and Nick as well, if there's any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. So we'll open it up to discussion on this item.
But just a quick question. This is a non-budgeted item, right, Mark?
Correct, sir. It's non-budgeted. It would be paid through the contingency line item of the police department.
Did we not know that this was coming up when we were?
No, it wasn't accounted for.
Are there any recurring costs, or is this just a one-time fee?
It would be a recurring cost on a yearly basis.
What would that cost be? The same?
I believe so, yes.
Would be,
About just under 10,000.
Any other discussion on this?
Can I ask a question about that? Just because typically the software would be the initial and then annually, whatever update. So
No, I believe it's more of a cloud service. And so you're purchasing an annual license to use the software, which is similar to
no,
all of our,
right, I recognize that it's common practice essentially.
And I suppose when you're the only person that provides the software, you can kind of write it however you want to, right? Someone needs to get in the business of writing whatever software that is.
Wonder how they
So
manage
I'm a little disappointed that this is coming up after the budgeting process, I have to say, and it's going to come out of contingency. I would like to think that the police department and whoever they're working on this accreditation would have known. I'd like to think that there would have been a list at some point saying, here are all the things you're going to have to do, and here's what it's going to cost, because this should have been a budgeted item, not coming out of contingency. I can't recall off the top of my head what the contingency is for the police department, but the number 30,000 pops out of my head. Mario, do we know? Nick, are you on, or Commander Wolfschlager, are you on there? Do you know?
if you give me a second, I can provide you with that information. It is about, I think we may have lowered it down to 25, if I'm not mistaken. So contingency is currently budgeted at 20,000.
20,000. So half of the contingency for that department is now being eaten on one thing. Well, it doesn't sound like we have a choice, but things like this, don't make, for happy conversations when they pop up out of the blue after the fact. And then this is how my brain works. It makes me think, what else do they not know about that we're going to find out about next? So that's my really big question is, my statement is, I'm disappointed this is being done. My question is, what else are we going to find out about? Is this the only thing? Are we sure this is the only thing? Next month, are we going to find out there's 10 grand more needed for something else for this accreditation process? Has someone thoroughly gone through the list of requirements and made sure that we've accounted for everything? Because we can't be throwing an extra $10,000. The police department is what, 3/4 of our annual budget?
Mhm.
3/4 of our budget. And we can't just take chunks of money and keep throwing it at our police department like that.
Chief is there.
So
if
has,
you'd like to say
I'd like
something,
to hear
Chief.
someone from the police department tell us, have they really gone through this and made sure this is going to be the last time?
Chief?
Let me get on video. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We were informed by the state that this would be a requirement that they would want us to meet in order to be able to fulfill the audit, the accreditation process that we're going to be having, which is going to be, now we have a date. It's going to be March 28, 29, and 30. I don't expect any major surprises, but I think, to be candid and extremely transparent, I want everyone to know that when you put your department through an accreditation process, it's a process that outlines numerous things that could have been there, or they add that they want required in order to have accountability and in order to meet the goals and objectives that we've all been talking about for the last almost close to 5 years that I've been here, in order to have a department that we don't have the issues that we've had in the past. I understand that this is a costly program. At the end of the day, it doesn't make me happy having to use a chunk of the budget, the police budget on this, because there's a lot of other equipment and needs that we have out there. But, you know, this is what the accreditation process requires. It's gonna, if I'm not mistaken, there's I think one of the commissioners asked, there is a fee attached to this now that you're looking at it, that is a one-time fee. And I think then there's a yearly cost associated. So whatever the minus the one-time fee, then you will have that as we have to keep it on a yearly cost. But these are things that are required for the Florida accreditation. And I think it's important. I provided to the manager to share with the commissioners and the mayor all the benefits of being an accredited police department.
The one-time fee is the setup, and that's 1,500. No, that's included in the 9. So on a yearly basis, it would be, the reoccurring cost would be the subscription for our 49 officers, and that includes full-time, part-time, and reserve, and that comes out to $6,859. And then the power training, again, essentially another part of the subscription, comes out to $656.
So it's less than $7,500 a year after this.
Correct.
Now, is that price locked in, or is that price subject to being adjusted every year as well?
I don't believe it's locked in. That's what their current prices are.
I don't see that on here anywhere. So then the next thing is next year, it's going to be well, let's make sure this gets budgeted next year, obviously.
Correct.
We need to, I'd be curious to know if it's going to be $7,300 next year, if it's going to adjust. Now, Chief, not to parse words, but I listened to what you just said. This isn't about questioning whether we're going to have your apartment accredited. I think we've all agreed on that, and if we didn't, it's too late to stop it now anyway. We're already there. But these are the words that you just said. You said the state wants us to do this. So is this an actual requirement? Because you said the state wants us to. I just want to make sure, is this really a hard requirement?
Yes.
Okay.
We're getting accredited by the Commission of Florida Accreditation. So
Is this software a requirement?
yes, this is
Okay.
a
Well, make sure, 'cause that's not
requirement.
what you said. Okay.
Oh, I didn't say that? Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
said the state wants us to. You said the word once, and I'm like, once, or requires us. Those are two
It requires it. I apologize.
Okay.
And I have a question, Chief, in terms of the amount is for the amount of people that are going to be using so there's a certain amount of licenses that you have to use. So would that be adjusted based on the amount of people using it as well?
Yeah, so they break it down, like they'll give you pricing 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, and then 40 to 50. So if we ever have a reduction, the cost will be a lot less because we'll have less users. So yes, so the prices are based on the group, which is in groups of 10s.
Got it.
And you presently have 49 officers total in the department, is that correct?
Yeah, I have between 44 to 49.
Okay, because you said multiples of 10, so.
Yeah, they don't give
it says
you
49.
you don't get, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, you don't get to, so if I give them the hard number, let's say the hard number is 46, it's still gonna fall within that price range. It's 40 to 50, you fall into that category.
Right, I understand the price is based on the range. You're getting a number based on if you fall in the range of 40 to 50. Do you need 49? That's my question. Do you have 49 officers or staff members who need to have this?
Yes.
Okay.
The next price break would be if we hit 50 officers or if we go below 40.
Price per unit comes down.
Right.
Okay. Well, what I would ask, and I can't ask the police chief to do this directly, but what I would like someone to report back if possible, Mario, is that we're assured that nothing else is lurking in the shadows that we're going to find out about next. If there's something else going on. We should find out about that now and address it because we can't be doing this again.
Not a problem, sir.
We work really hard on a budget and it's like razor thin, and I don't like things coming at us from right and left. So we'll get nickel and dime to death here in this village.
No, Commissioner, I understand. As you know, every year when when the budget time comes and we go through the review, the police department has been extremely frugal in the past, and we wind up returning a big chunk of monies back to the village. So I understand it's the people's money, and I understand that these are things. So no one likes a surprise. I don't either. Unfortunately, this was sprung on me. So.
Can I ask what's happening March 28th to March 30th?
We have the accreditation organization coming down, and they're going to put our officers and apparently even me, so I'm going to need some cliff notes, through the ringer. There's a possible 300-something questions that they can ask. And based on responses, they give the agency a score, and then we find out in June if we become accredited or not. Yeah.
After all of this work you've already done,
Correct.
leading up until now.
Correct.
which Likely includes this setup, right?
Yes.
Setup.
Yeah. Testing, inspections, right? They ask questions on policy and procedures. They check our facilities. They see, do we have the proper property room for evidence, who has access to it, who doesn't have access to it. All of they look through everything, and then they make their assessment. And then
Will that happen on an annual basis?
once we get the initial accreditation, we have to get a re-accreditation every 3 years.
And then,
Pay this money every year, though, the licensing of the.
For the software, correct.
I mean, I guess you have to, that was going to be my second question. I mean, we all expect to pass, obviously, the accreditation that's going to happen, but if it does.
We're hoping.
we
It's
didn't
not an easy
migrate.
process. It's not an easy process, and not everybody gets it. And so that a police force our size, with the command staff that we have, is able to move this, especially with the history that we've had, is able to move us into an accredited police force. That is one major accomplishment.
So
that-
I'm thinking it's going to happen. It's
I,
gonna happen because
positive
of all the
vibes,
work
absolutely. That's what Chief is starting to lose hair over all this, you know, but we're doing it.
Sure.
Chief has
Now-
nice head of hair. He's good.
On that note, so again, just, God forbid that doesn't happen. We have a contract with this vendor for the software for just a year. So
It's for 12 months. They will tell us, hey, you fell 2 points short, and this is where you didn't meet the expectation or whatnot. And then we can reapply and go through that again. Or if the community doesn't want to do, at least from my understanding, we don't reapply and we leave everything as is.
and can it,
Yeah, the contract.
Right, the
is
contract is for
a
12
year,
months.
And you don't get a refund. So let's say they don't pass in March, you can't go in April and say, we want a refund.
No,
but it
yeah,
can be
Says all fees are
prorated to
non-refundable.
the.
no,
It's non-refundable.
no, it's non-refundable.
In terms, yeah.
So after the 12 months, if we're not going to be accredited and the village no longer wants to pursue, we just don't renew it.
Okay, but we can choose not to renew in a year. Okay, we will have thrown away $10,000. Okay, let's make sure we pass that thing, please.
We're doing everything we can.
Maybe, I think.
Let's see
someone-
how we can help with,
Yeah.
with this.
I think Veronica may have asked, if we don't pass, do we get a second chance?
Yes.
Yes. If we have a deficiency in any area, they will tell us and they'll say, okay, we'll give you 30 days. We'll come back and we re-inspect you. We're not gonna, we have been committed to this process for the last almost close to 3 years. So
We'll definitely get there. Without a doubt.
Wonderful.
Okay, well, if there's anything we can do as a commission, I'm sure that we are more than happy to do so leading up to the accreditation testing period. So we are certain to pass in that none of this has been done in vain. So given that it seems like we don't have much of a choice, if we've concluded discussion on the item, I'll go ahead and I'll ask for a vote on this. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, that takes care of items 11A and 11B. We'll move down to item 12, as we've amended items 12 and 13. We have amended the flow of these items, but we still are at least starting with 12A, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll go straight into the discussion of old business, starting with 12A, strategic plan initiative.
Mayor, thank you so much. Last month in December, I presented an idea of moving forward with a strategic plan initiative. Over the past 2 years, it was pretty clear what the priorities and what the needs were. One was get the house in order as it comes with regards to the audits that we have and start using the money that's required by CITT and recapture some of the money from FEMA and stuff like that. I'm proud to say that we are in 100% compliance with CITT. We went from the county looking to claw back $600,000 to a finding of $50,000, and they haven't even invoiced us for that. So good for us. We then leveraged that money into a $1 million project for stormwater and road repairs, which is starting now. And we've gotten a lot of other smaller initiatives, things that are important to the village. But I think it's time that we start setting some goals and clearly define what the direction of the village is. And I think it's a great opportunity with you all and this new commission to really start diving a little bit deeper into it and give that direction and get that community feedback as well. So in that, I took a look at various different options. Was speaking just to get a ballpark of what something like this would cost. And I spoke to 3 different tiers. One was a mid-size national firm. Another was a small consultant firm. And the third was a manager in transition. In other words, somebody who has been a city or county manager or department head, has done something like this in the past and is recently in between governmental agencies. I believe I saw from the Florida Association for City and County Managers, the name of Alan Cohen pop up, and he was the deputy county manager for Broward County. When I looked a little bit more into his background, I've seen that he's done this type of initiative before, and so we talked about that in the past. You all asked, can you bring back some examples, more examples, because I presented the Miami-Dade County example, more examples of what the final report would be looking. So in the memo, you have a link to 5 different, which I feel would kind of be representative of what we would get. The overall price range from all the different type of consultants that we talked was anywhere between $20,000 to $30,000. And the more things we want, the more expensive it can be. And I do feel that Alan would provide us probably the best opportunity to maximize the cost efficiencies. We can pay for this through the funds allocated for the traffic data collection, that project that we put together. It's not to say that we wouldn't use the traffic data collection. We actually have an RFQ out currently for a company that could help do it. However, what I was able to do is get CITT to approve that traffic data collection as a allowable expense. So that just freed up within our budget the money that would be needed. And I'm pretty sure we can twist, if the commission's acceptable with it, I'm pretty sure we can probably twist some people's arms to get it for about the same of what we have budgeted. Alan is gracious enough that he did come tonight You all met him before the meeting, but he's more than willing to talk about his experience, answer any questions that you may have, and I'm also here to answer any questions and to walk through any of those examples that you all seen if you want. But I would like some kind of consensus if appropriate, so that we can kind of get started and move forward. Just as a quick outline and looking back at the last memo from December, I did provide an outline. Essentially, just a recap for our residents, we would be sending out a community questionnaire / survey, trying to get responses to that. Then we would do a commission retreat with staff. It's not a retreat, it's basically a workshop here at the village. Yeah, Kennedy is recommending Jamaica. But seriously, it'll just be basically at the rec center where we'll discuss some priorities, deliverables, things like that. Then we would have 2 or 3 community meetings, probably 3 community meetings, a weekend meeting, a weekday meeting, and a weekday evening meeting. And so that way we can try to facilitate as much participation on top of the community questionnaire that we put out. Once we collect all that data, we hear from the community, the commission will meet again as a workshop to kind of now see all of that data collected, see where we're aligning, where we're not aligned, where we have to pivot and adjust. From there, once we collect all that information and we make, those recommendation and alignments, staff will then take that and kind of start looking at some of those objectives and key performance indicators and what kind of action steps or direction, whether it's financial capacity of what the village can afford, what the labor capacity is, because it's great that we talk about a lot of projects, but realistically, you have one person to do policy projects, and that's me. If we get into, we're trying to bring on contracts, like we have the RFQ where, we want to do a design for parking or the traffic count, we can tap into a contractor to do that. But who manages the contract and all those type of things. So that will be put together and give you all that kind of analysis. And then we would come to a commission meeting where we would formally present the report, what the community findings were, what the alignment findings were, what staff is recommending we can and can't do, things like that. And then you all can kind of use that. And then that becomes our true North Star, right? When we're looking at what kind of budget is going to be presented, I tend to be very conservative when we're looking at budgets. Unless I'm absolutely forced, I don't think I'll present a budget that is not at the bare minimum, is at least flat with the millage rate. And then the commission can decide whether they want to increase or decrease the millage, but I'll try to keep it as neutral as possible. But this will now give us an indication of, hey, Mario, continue with the infrastructure projects because that's the priority. Or maybe we hear from the community and we say, you know what, we're willing to live with the flooding. We really want a pool on the roof of the rec center. And if that's what everybody wants, then who's to say we can't have that, right? But without going through this type of process and really digging a little bit deeper, a lot of times we're just kind of going off of what our own bias or our own lens or our own priorities are of what the village wants. And I think this really helps clarify. I think this is a living document. I don't think this is going to be something that you're going to put on the shelf and go away. I think, at a bare minimum, every 2 years, we do somewhat of an update. Maybe every 4 years, you go through the entire process all over again, or you're going through a bigger process. That's up to the commission when it's coming before them, but it really gives us something to focus on. What are we going to be addressing? How is the budget's going to be addressing? And we know what are the primary projects. So I know that's a mouthful, but I felt it was worth giving a full overview of what this initiative is. And Alan, if you can approach the microphone, you might have to hit the button just because it goes to sleep mode, but feel free to take it out of it and hold it close to your mouth so that we can pick it up. With that, commission, any questions, anything you want? I don't know. Well, before Alan, would you like to say a few words before we get into any conversation?
I would prefer to
Okay.
hear what you all have
I
to say. And
Kind of covered it all, right?
what questions or concerns you might have.
Thank you. So I guess we'll move into commission discussion. If anyone has some questions, let's go ahead and get started in presenting them, please.
Thank you so much for being here, first of all. And I think I was just going to ask you a brief kind of introduction from yourself and your experience. How do you see this process, length of the process, complexity of the process, and the engagement usually from the community?
So there's a lot of questions packed into there. So I'll try and address them all for you. First, to introduce myself and experience. I've been working in public service for a little over 18 years now. I have sat in your seat as an elected official, so I understand the thankless tasks that you do at times, but the joy and gratitude that comes from being able to accomplish a personal vision. And what we're talking about here, I'll use that as a segue, just very briefly, is doing the same thing on a community-wide basis, is figuring out what our universal vision is. Where do we want to go? What kind of community do we want to be? I have been a city manager for Sunny Isles Beach here in Miami-Dade. I was city manager of Sunrise up in Broward County. And then, as Mario pointed out, the assistant county administrator for Broward County. My elected role was actually up in New York State for Ithaca, New York. I've also worked in the private sector for many years. I've done consulting. I worked in hospitality. I got my start actually in hospitality, and customer service has become part of my DNA. I worked over 2 decades, owned a restaurant, worked for many others. And I have always tried to integrate customer service into every single organization that I've worked with to improve services to the community. As the chief said earlier, it's the public's money. And what can we do as an organization to get the best value for that money as stewards of those public resources? What can we do to make best use of that or to best protect it? The process, that this is an opportunity for the community to not only think, but even to dream. And it's one of the important things about this is you're looking at a longer time horizon. And what kind of community do we want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? And then you think about what are our goals to get us to that. That provides a roadmap, so to speak, and it provides a level of clarity to staff and to yourselves about, you know, we're all rowing in the same direction. This is where we really want to get. A lot of communities are very well intentioned and they do these great things, but there's no commonality in the different projects that are going on. And sometimes years later they go, well, why did we do that? We should have done this instead, because no one had taken the time to take that step back and figure out what is our vision, what is our dream, where do we want to be, what kind of community do we want to be, and then how do we get there? And that's really the opportunity that you have before you. And, you know, my hat's off to your manager for bringing this to you, because not every community takes advantage of this, and it's a necessity, but a luxury at the same time. And in my mind, it's an imperative if you really want to do best by your community. And at the same time, engage that community and get them excited and create some civic pride. I could go on and on. You see how excited I am. I'm going to shut up. Did I answer your questions?
Sorry. Yes, you did. Thank you. I would just add, and then I'll leave it for my fellow commissioners to add more, but on the length of the process and how do you see that engagement happening?
Okay, so the length of the process, it can just be in a matter of months. That depends in part in how easy it is to get you all together, because you are very important touchstones. We're going to need guidance from you. We're going to need guidance from the community at large. How long will it take us to host the sessions that the manager spoke about earlier? I would have a lot of work to do with staff after we receive input to organize it and then bring it back to you in a format that is organized, understandable, so that you can then have meaningful discussions about what you're seeing and hearing, and then start talking about how does this, how do we translate this into goals for where we want the community to go. So it could be 2, 3, 4 months. I can work hard and get it done very quickly, or, we can stretch it out a little just so that people don't feel rushed. We want to do the community survey, give people time to answer that, and do the meetings. And again, we want to give you time to hear from your constituents, to read the voluminous material that I'm expecting we're going to get back from the meetings and the survey, and then take it from there. So did I answer your question? All right.
Let me just say, I'm first of all, I'm super excited. Thank you for being here, and I'm super excited about this. Some of us on this dais, before we were sitting up here, and someone out in the audience as well. 2 people, that's right, 2 people in the audience brought this before a former commission some years ago about the importance of having a vision. And like you said, and having a roadmap, and who are we, and where do we want to be? And we were shot down. The good thing is we were doing it for free. But listen, it is what it is. Obviously you're a professional. I think that it's critical. I think that it's a critical component for this village to have a clear, concise roadmap to get us to where we want to be. Not, like you said, not just today, 5, 10, 20 years from now. And right now we're just a sailboat without a rudder. So we need a rudder. We've been saying it. Some of us have been saying it for years. So I'm very excited and hopeful that we can finally get a clear vision for this village. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. And the one thing I'm going to add, Commissioner Gonzalez, just you reminded me, is that as you can, public service is a passion of mine. I'm old school, and I bring my best. I'm going to work hard with Mario and the rest of the team, and I'm going to bring value added. I'm probably going to do a lot of work that I'm not going to get paid for, and I'm okay with that because, as he pointed out, I'm a manager in transition. I have time on my hands, and this is an opportunity to do something really important and really exciting for a community. And so you have my best, you have my pledge for that. And I'm really excited to engage with you and your community to move this initiative forward.
Hi there, and thanks for coming tonight. So a couple of things. You had me at, it's an opportunity to dream. And I have check signing ability. So put a check in front of me. Let's get started. I am like dying for this thing to get started. Art and I and Janie and Linda here in the front row and a bunch of other residents worked on this a couple of years ago. And we have been like sort of grinding out, trying to make this happen. So this is a really big deal for us. Art says we're a ship without a rudder. What I like to say is we all piled into a car and said, let's go on a big trip, but we never decided where we're going and we don't have a map. So we just sort of wander around and we sort of run off the roads and we take all the wrong exits and get lost and we're starving to death because no one brought snacks. So you know, this is what we need. So you like my analogy better? You say it with fewer words. It just takes me more words. So I want to say one thing, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and let you sort of answer it all together. And if you want me to go back and repeat them, I'll certainly do that. One of the things that's important to me, and one of the things that we worked hard when our group did this internally was I want to stress the importance of open-ended engagement with the residents rather than questioning and probing that points them in a direction. So after we presented this to the village, in all fairness, they did take a really meek little stab at it. Remember, I'm not going to name any names, but there was a commissioner who was a marketing professional and she said, I'll do it. I'll take your idea and run with it. She started with the survey and it was all very leading questions. It was like, oh, let me guess. She wants us to put a splash thing at the rec center. So it was all very, you know, she was just leading us down a path. I'm like, this is bogus. So to me, it's really important that when you work on this, and you're pulling information from people, that it's in a big open-ended way. So the ideas are theirs, not yours and not ours, pointing them in a direction we need to hear. And then we'll sort of massage it and sort of see what the group think is like, and you'll help us figure out where it goes from there. So I'm just going to say that that's important to me. So here are my questions to you. Have you worked, now you've been a manager and an elected official, so you've had a couple of different roles in government. Have you worked in at municipalities that had something like this? And have you also worked in municipalities that did not have something like this and never did? And discuss with us how it works from the community, from the municipality's perspective, when they have it and when they don't, from your opinion. That's my first question. Have you? Well, and there's another question, because I'm going to because I think you're going to kind of go for it all at one time. And have you ever worked on anything like this in the past, whether as a contractor or as a person that, have you been the manager of a municipality who went through this, or were you an elected official? So all of that in one question, and you
Okay.
can take them separately if you want to.
All right. First, regarding your concern, you'll be happy to know that I've already heard that same concern expressed by the manager, okay? About the opening questions, about not leading, about collecting as much information as we can. And then really it's a matter of bringing it to you as best organized that can be. But again, it's really up to the five of you to talk about what you want to do with all that information. So we're right there with you. Okay. Yes, I have worked with organizations with plans and without plans. And I'd say the organizations with plans, and then the converse will be applicable to the other one, really, is that.
Alan, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you make sure that you're speaking into the mic?
Okay, I'm sorry.
There you go.
So the benefit for the organizations with plans is they have not only that roadmap, but it's clarity for the annual processes. There's a relationship now between how do we get to that long-term vision and what are we doing now, and is there relevance? Do we need to reprioritize our budgetary priorities? And that's a process that happens every year. Okay, but it provides at least some structure, some scaffolding. And then, I mean, you know, having gone through the budgetary process, it's the most important policy decision that you make every year. And the plan assists to give you a foundation for that. It also provides some sense to the community on what those priorities are. It also, and here are two interesting things on the community side and the staff side. On the community side, I've seen plans actually help to instill a sense of civic pride and actually to help promote civic identity. All right, so that people feel better about being part of this larger whole. Exactly. And they know where it's going. And they can feel good about that. And because in many cases they contributed to that conversation. On the staff side, it's so important for any employee in any organization to have a sense of why they're doing what they're doing. Okay, not just what, but why. And how does the what that they're doing relate to the mission or the vision of the organization? And those employees on a whole I've seen have been much more engaged and motivated. And so there's a clear benefit there. And really the converse is true, is that when I've seen communities that don't have plans where, don't get me wrong, they still have good people and they're trying their best, but it's more rudderless on an individual basis as well as an organization basis and a community basis. Yes. Okay. As far as my particular involvement, your last question, I have been involved at different levels over the course of the years. In Sunrise, I actually facilitated a number of community sessions specific to a leisure services master plan that we put together. So it was like a part of a strategic plan for a whole. Okay. But that was a community of 90,000 people. And, you know, so a lot of work went into that and a lot of sessions. When I was an elected official, I led an effort. Our community had never done something like this before. And I led every step of the way. While not imposing any thought, I was facilitating and ensuring that we had contributions and open dialogue in those discussions. One thing that I'm actually really proud of is that because of the difficulty through interpreters, I facilitated from start to finish the development of a strategic plan in Ukraine. I was part, Ithaca was part, that was the city I was with. We were part of a State Department funded Sister City program. And it became clear to me after going over that they needed this. We developed Ukraine's first municipal strategic plan for our local municipality. So the first one in the country. And they're still using it today. And I have a hard copy of it somewhere, you know, at home and in one of my boxes, because my wife doesn't want my books around right now. That's a whole other story. But I have done a lot of other facilitations that are not specific to strategic planning, but nonetheless speak to the process.
A couple of quick follow-up questions. You used the word plan a couple of times there. And to me, plan's not the right word. It's a vision. The plan is what then you roll out to help get you there. So I don't think those two things are interchangeable. A plan is step related and a vision is this goal, the dream that you're aiming for all the time. And a plan is what gets you there. So that's the distinction I make with those words. Will your work with us will you help Mario and staff in creating the materials to promote engagement from the residents?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. And in your opinion, when this is done, is there I'm going to use the word marketing. Private industry. Is there a marketing component to something like this when it's done for a solely residential community in terms of getting grants and working with other levels of government and even for realtors to use to bring people to our community to purchase property at a higher price? Is this used in that capacity in any way?
It can be, depending on the type of plan that you develop. this is going to be an interesting plan. Ordinarily, in larger communities, you would develop separate plans for the organization and then for the community, because they're two different things. In a smaller community, particularly one of this size, the organization and the community are really one and the same. And so it's going to be a hybrid plan. So some of that might not be relevant to a realtor promoting, but nonetheless, I think that the bulk of it would be. And we could organize the material, plan, or whatever you want to call the document, in such a way that it lends itself to that type of use.
And maybe this is a question for Mario. Mario, when you're applying for things, I'm going to guess that other levels of government, the county, the state, federal, they probably look favorably upon communities that have something like this because it helps them understand who we are as well.
Yeah, it depends on what the report ends up looking like at the very end. For the most part, I think, for example, the last one that I was involved with was North Bay Village, and it was called, I came up with the term NBV 100, because it was looking at where North Bay Village wanted to go over the next 25 years. But part of that process was not only talking about what do we want to be as a village, but they started talking about land use. And so they rezoned 79th Street Causeway to allow for higher density, for new development, new standards and things like that, which then impacted their comprehensive plan, which then impacted their zoning, which brought billion-dollar development projects onto the village to increase. So it really depends on what the report at the end looks like. I think what we're looking for right now, in the most simplest term, no matter what type of words you want to use or interchange, I think what this will give us is direction, and a principle to live by, right? This is going to be our moral compass, right? We're going to say the budget, and in my mind, it's going to say, okay, police is presenting this budget, and we have a $9,000 allocation for software, and it aligns with this principle in our plan or strategic report, and this is how it fulfills this type of goal, right? And so
Justifying things based.
and it starts to justify why we're proposing that. When I come before you and say, hey, we're looking to do this stormwater project, and this is what's going to be the cost, and this is what we got to, account for and budget for. Well, why do we want to do that? Well, it matches with the principle of improving environmental, all that kind of stuff. So it can, to an extent, because then it starts to define what your community is. And so realtors, for the most part, they can use that more as a glance over, because they might get buzzwords or taglines or phrases from that kind of report.
Or when people say, tell me about this community versus Miami Shores.
It's a little bit better.
Something that they can sort of say, well, here's something that helps you understand who they are.
Correct.
Okay.
So it does provide support. And then I think from our accountability standpoint, something that Alan hasn't said, but I said last month, and I'll say it again, it also holds me accountable, because I now have clear direction from 5 different individuals who are acting as a whole. And I said, this is the direction that the village wants to go in. We have community support. Mario, if you're not leading us in that direction, then you don't need to be the person driving the car, or idling the boat, whichever analogy you want to do. So it also allows for accountability from a staff perspective as to what, and then the community itself then reversely can hold you all accountable. We went through this process. We said, this is where we want to go. We said, this is who we want to be. And you guys continue to ignore all that and take us in a completely different direction. Not to say that you can't. You definitely can. You have the power as an elected official with the votes, but they have the power as voters to say, everybody approved this. You all approved this.
It's
Why are you not
accountability at every
following it?
level.
Exactly. So there's a lot of
Commissioner,
benefits.
if I could just
Yeah.
add one thing in answer to that last question. I have seen these types of plans play a positive role in grant applications. So when you establish a vision and you have your goals, and there's a particular goal that you're now seeking funding for, you can demonstrate, particularly because we would also be documenting the community process that was involved, the stakeholders that were involved. Granting agencies love that. They love to see that this is a community established priority, and you went through this process to do that, and that strengthens your application against others that don't have that type of documentation.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay. Thank you very much for answering my questions. I wanted you here tonight because this is what I needed to hear. I'm sold on the idea. And last time, you were a PDF. So now well, you went from a PDF
No
to
one's ever told me that.
No, you were a PDF, and it's kind of hard to say, is this the guy to do it for us? But I'm sold on you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I have a couple of questions. I like what I hear. This is kind of my first introduction to a lot of these types of things. It sounds very valuable to a community from a direction perspective. I do like to, or at least I would like to get a better understanding from your perspective, someone that's done this before, someone that's been through the process with other communities. Really, because what we're talking about a lot is kind of non-fungible value. Talking about like kind of tangible, fungible value out of something like this. Do you, in your experience, do you see like a real return on this type of thing? Do you see it over a period of time? Do you see the grant application is a great example? Do you see, hey, 12 to 18 months from now, it's been my experience that, grants have come in because of this type of thing. I'm just trying to get just an understanding, because I think that there may be some people that say, hey, you got some extra money. What are we going to do with it? People have come to us and say, oh, we have traffic issues. We have these issues. People may come to us and say, we've identified those issues. Why do we need to go out and get someone else then to kind of facilitate this community project to then tell you what they've already told the elected officials? I'm not saying that I've heard this. I'm just saying it just a thought that came to my head. So I'd just like to hear kind of your opinions on that.
Well, I'm not going to tell you, Mayor, that there's tremendous fungible value, but I think that there are a number of possibilities, and we've already, as you pointed out, discussed the strengthening of your grant applications by doing so. Sunrise is an interesting example with the leisure services plan that we did. After we went through this very extensive plan development and community process, we then put forth and mind you, this was back in 2014. We put forth a $65 million GO bond referendum. Okay, that's a general obligation bond. I forget not to use acronyms. We're all subject to that, meaning that the public has to vote on it and it goes directly on the tax bill. It's separate from the budget. We had over 70% approval of that, which was, people were blown away. But it was because people were so vested in what we were doing. They were involved in creating the plan. And it really got the community together that they were willing to tax themselves over and above what we were already taxing them. So, and I'm not saying that's where you should go, but I'm just giving it to you as another example.
Sure.
I have also seen positive returns within the organization as far as productivity is concerned, staff being more engaged and getting more value for your money. And I guess the last thing that I would say to you, Mayor, is that it could save you money on projects in the future that don't really have a definitive correlation to where you want to go. It might be a vanity project that, somebody brings forth. No offense to anybody, I don't know what, but it's not really addressing what is a collective priority within the community, and you end up saving resources for what is most important for the community as a whole.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. One of the other questions that I had, and you mentioned it quite a bit, obviously, that this is really dependent on our community involvement. And we've talked a lot about that. I remember when the election was going on, there was a lot of discussion about how do we really get the community involved? Do we do it through Nextdoor? Do we go door to door? And there's been varying levels of success in getting people to come out. And our workshops on our land development code is a great example. You know, we are going to another one of those because we want more community involvement. So my question, and again, your perspective, your opinions, and your experience, how do you really spur our community to get involved in this process? Because this really is dependent on their involvement in their voice.
Well, I think the first step is exactly what we're doing right now. We're having a conversation about it. People are hearing more about the process, what it entails, and what it will yield. And hopefully that is getting some people interested or even excited. The manager and I had a very specific conversation about this, and that's why we came up with those 3 different public sessions at 3 very different times, so that we can reach different demographics that might have an interest, but can't come during the day or even on a weeknight because of, you know, family considerations or whatnot, you know, and that's why we're doing a weekend session. We're trying to spread it out at different day parts and week parts to make it as accessible as possible to everybody. I think the more we talk about it, the more you talk about it, and with a level of not only interest, but enthusiasm about how important this is, and why it's important for every individual in this community to be involved, that's going to help tremendously in getting people to come out. And I'm going to say one more thing, by the way, because we also talked about having ground rules to make sure that everybody has a voice. Some people can dominate a meeting or a conversation. And we specifically have talked about ways to ensure that every single participant that comes will feel that they have an ample opportunity to speak. They will be encouraged to do so. Because you'll have people that will just come and observe, but you can end up engaging those people. You know, if you can read the room and read them and reach out to them in the appropriate way. The battle is getting them there. Once we get them there, we'll get them engaged. I assure you. Mr. Manager, have I forgotten anything? Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your perspective.
Yes, sir.
Question on that real quick. So
No,
what's
I'm sorry. Questions are over.
too long, very quickly. I think, Mayor, you mentioned it, but what is the outreach? What are the channels that you would use for bringing the community together to these workshops? What have you seen that works?
Well, we've talked about that.
I think
I think the manager should answer this, and then I'll add if necessary.
Yeah, so we would, again, we're very limited on what we can do within the budget. And so we would exhaust all the options. We would do door hangers, email blasts, Nextdoor posts, and a website. That's basically everything that we can do to actually.
The median signs, they worked really well a couple of times we did that. The median signs that we placed throughout the village.
We can do.
We did engage with them too.
We can create some yard signs and put them in the medians for a meeting. Yeah, we can do that. So that kind of gives you everything, right? You've hit everybody who lives here. You've hit some people multiple times because a lot of people are on Nextdoor. A lot of people are on the email blast. Some might see it 4 times. Some might only see it once, but you've given every opportunity. And by doing more than one meeting, you're giving all the opportunities to, oh, I missed this one, but I still got another one. I was like, oh, I missed those 2, but you know, I can make it Tuesday night, or I couldn't make it Tuesday night and I don't want to do it on a Saturday. Oh, we're going to have a Thursday afternoon or a Friday afternoon one. Oh, okay, well, yeah, I can do that, right? So we want to try to do a nighttime, a daytime, and a weekend time so that everyone's available. And then from there, it really becomes, I'll put it this way, it becomes on you as a commission. Alan mentioned it. How enthusiastic are we? Are you all going to really promote something like this? Because if it's not important to the board, the residents are going to say it's not important to them.
We have a responsibility in this, and a big part of it is getting people out and getting them to engage. And each of us has circles of people that the other ones don't have,
Right.
and different ways to communicate with them. So and Alan said, this, we
physical
have a level of
tools-
responsibility in this.
So the physical tools, there's only so much, but from then, we need that additional support from all of you to really try to get, talking, the boards talk about it, to get you all, when you talk to the residents and your neighbors, that when you're walking and so forth, and having the more word of mouth that starts creating around it, then that's really going to start bringing it, as a communications professional, the most successful, and even in today's world, the biggest way to launch a product and to make it successful is word of mouth. You can do all the advertising you want. It does not trump your friend telling you this product is amazing. That you're like, well, if my friend says it's amazing, I'm going to try that out, more so than you would see from a television ad, right? You're going to be like, oh, how real is it? So the more support we can get from community and active members who are hyperactive residents to say, hey, this is important, and really get to those who are somewhat engaged residents or not engaged at all, that's what's going to make the biggest difference in this.
So Commissioner, we will do anything and everything that we can within the budgetary parameters. We expect you to participate. Mayor, when you go on that Wednesday walk next time, I expect you to talk it up, okay? And whatever community events you are, whatever volunteer boards, meetings you might attend, talk about it. And we're absolutely open to any other ideas that you have as well.
Can I say one more thing? Well, first of all, just get a Kardashian to jump in there for us, and we'll get, please, work on that. I wanted to say something else. Also the importance, we talked about open-ended questions, the importance of allowing people to engage in different ways. Because some people, are very happy to sort of communicate this way, and some people are more verbal, some people are more visual, and we need to give people every different way to engage. When we did our group thing, one of the questions, we did some mock community events, and one of the questions we asked was, if you were to paint a painting of Biscayne Park, what would you include in the painting? It was so interesting to hear what people said. And it really told you a lot about what they see in the community, what they value in the community. But if we had said list them on a board, we did do that too. We got answers in different ways. So I'm hoping you can come up with creative ways to get people to give us input. And to get some kids involved in this too, because I would love to have the perspective of kids, because they tend to see things in a more pure way, and they aren't so jaded. And we should probably have an effort specifically to get kids to come to this, because they'll get their parents to come too. They'll drag their parents along. I want to go to that thing, and they'll bring parents along. So, at any rate.
Thank you.
So at this point, if there's
Now,
just consensus
Commissioner
on the
Mike.
board, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Just biding my time. I know everyone would get my questions answered for me. So thank you. Thank you all for that. Just following back up on the timeline question, because I do feel that the community engagement aspect is going to be more successful. We can draw it out a little bit. You mentioned months, so I don't, I don't want you to rush, and, I do want you to work hard. We're all going to work hard together, I think. But if we, I think if we push this out, if it's I don't know if it's 3 to 6 months or it's 6 to 9 months, that it gives time for the community engagement, and it's not all of those 3 meetings are in 1 week. And then we expect to have that done and compile the data we received. Everyone's living, with all of the different engagements that they have to do. And I also wonder if we can't make sure that we bring in a technology aspect, whereby, I don't know if it's a dedicated email that our residents can send in their thoughts to, or, during a committee, a workshop event or whatever, there are these free software programs where you can literally chat in a question or a thought if you're one of those people that, doesn't want to speak up so much. And of course, the idea on, drawing, and if there's a kids event, and, that's engagement, and also fun. It brings an element of fun, because this shouldn't be drudgery, right? This is, like you said, it's a chance to dream. also, and then compile all that information and
So-
spit out this plan.
I'm sorry.
So just really appreciate you showing up tonight, very much. And the last thing that I wanted to ask was if the manager wouldn't mind, the attachments that you sent that had the different strategic plans, they're very, very different. They're all, the illustrations are all so interesting and different. And I wondered if Alan, Mr. Cohen has had a chance to look at that, or if he would, say, oh, I like this one better, or I like that one better. They're all so different in
I
terms
have
of the
looked at
final product
them.
presentation.
I have looked at them. I don't want to specifically opine right now. I think because I want to see where this commission goes. Okay. So me opining would be already imposing a parameter on the process. Okay. And so, exactly. So, I'm trying to be open to exactly what we talked about. I just want to acknowledge your earlier statement, and I hear you. I want to express, and I'm very forthright. I want to express a concern about going too long on a process because you can lose focus and momentum. I hear you that we don't want to compress it too much, and we want to give people ample time to respond. I will work with the manager and his team to figure out an optimal time frame to achieve what it is that you're looking for without losing that momentum and focus.
And with that, I would also just mention, it seems like so far away, but you all have the first presentation of the next fiscal year budget in July in your hands, which means I start engaging with staff typically end of February, March, for them to start looking at their department so that I can start formulating what it looks like. Then we start receiving insurance quote by Mayish timeframe, June-ish timeframe. And so I'm finalizing. So if we push it out 6, 7, 8, 9 months, we're outside of the building for the budget. We're past it, right? So I think if we can get the right timing, if you were to ask me today, Mario, I need to know when the final report would be in front of me, I would tell you, before May, even if it means a special meeting to obtain the report and for us to talk about it, but I would want it before even the end of the school year, because then that gives me sufficient time to do the budget in a way that will point to whatever those priorities are that have been identified. Right, so-
Commissioner, it really, a lot of it is going to fall on Commissioner's previous question. The better we do upfront with outreach, with marketing, with communicating, the more involvement we're going to have, the more time people will have. It won't be a surprise to somebody 4 months from now, oh, they're doing this process and how do I get involved? This is a compact and connected community that I really think we can reach out to and get to folks in a way to make this an efficient process, yet have the luxury of giving people the time to think and dream before we finalize things.
Mario, what do you need from us to make this move on?
Well, before we get to that topic, it looked like you still had part of your question that you wanted to talk about.
Because, we're talking very high level today, and so it really means that we need nuts and bolts of, timeline laid down for us, as well as assets to
So,
have this outreach and such, whether it's, get 5,000 flyers for $100. So, great. The flyer has to be designed, right? And so I'm just looking at how we could realistically get something like this done in the next 3 months.
so with,
That's what it's sounding.
from the commission, yeah, from the commission, if there's a consensus for me to move forward and to finalize negotiation with Alan to lead us through this, then I can do that. We already have a budget within that we will tap, especially because CITT is paying for the project that we had budgeted, right? So I think we're good there if I have consensus, and it kind of looks to me like we do, but I would venture to say we do. Yeah, you're right, Commissioner. Then from there, I would work out with Alan what those next steps are, come up with somewhat of a timeline that I can come back. I don't necessarily believe we need to come back with a formal timeline for you to vote on. It's something that I can address with you.
I would make a recommendation that they provide a proposal, have a written proposal, and within that, you can have time frames. So that way, if it's not provided within those time frames, we have something to hold him accountable to.
Yeah, well, it could be definitely part of the agreement that we can work out with him. I can envision February, you have the questionnaire already going out and trying to get people to engage in that aspect. And then either late February or early March, the commission starting to get together and doing that first conversation. And then probably by the end of March, start identifying the dates or holding the first community workshop, where then you leak into April for the remaining, April for the second commission workshop, and then essentially either late April as a special meeting or as part of the May meeting, you're looking at the final report. So, you're talking almost about 3.5 months of work that we can push. Is it aggressive? Yeah, it can be a bit aggressive, but we are a small community. This isn't a very over complex strategic plan that's going to include land development and all these other things that are going for. It's a very high level. So I think what I really like is because Alan is local and I'm sure he's doing other consulting things as well, but he has a lot more time available to dedicate towards us. A lot of those things that might take 2 months to kind of weed through can probably be done much quicker. So I would be comfortable to say that by May, we could already have that final report.
Okay, that sort of all is predicated on the fact that we get this thing approved and get started. So I think either we have to give you the authority to run with this now, or we have to ask you to bring a contract back to us. I'd be more comfortable seeing a contract from Alan that has details of exactly what we're going to get from this. It could have a rough timeline built into it. I can't think we can hold him to dates and things right now, but I think we need to have a contract to approve.
But that can be part of the February commission.
That's what I'm saying. We need to-
Absolutely. Yeah,
the
that's
February-
not.
the February commission meeting.
What
we
we're
need to see
talking
that.
about, we're on January 10th, so we're really talking about what, 2 weeks before you get that agenda? So.
Right,
that-
but I'm saying
that's
it's a
pretty
month
quick.
before we meet to approve it. So we have that step first. And then I just thought of one thing, because you're a manager in transition, and if your transition ends in the middle of this process and you're hired by someone to be their city manager, and what then happens with us?
So
We're in the middle of the project.
I've actually personally committed to not looking for full-time work right now. I do, as a manager, say I have some other consulting clients and I'm committed to them. I'm willing to take on interim work to help a community transition to their next manager. And I would make it clear to them that if you take me on, you're doing so with the knowledge that I'm also doing this other work at the same time.
That's great. We just need to make sure all of that's very clear in the agreement, because I mean, that all sounds great and I'm not questioning you on that. But the city of Los Angeles calls you tomorrow and say you got the gig for $2 million a year. It might be adios, Alan. And you have bigger fish to fry. So we need to make sure that we're covered in there too.
Absolutely. Okay, so what I'll do is I will prepare with legal the agreement to bring back to the commission for the February meeting, so that we can get everything started.
Absolutely. We've already started working on that. The manager has some materials, but I'll put it all together. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Alan.
Any other questions,
Thank you.
Commissioner? Okay.
Thank you.
all
Thank
right.
you very much for being here and thank you for your time. We appreciate your
Oh,
perspective.
thank you. I truly enjoyed it, and it gave me an opportunity to see how you all interact with one another and with everyone else. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, by the way, as a former public servant, thank you for what you do. Okay, it's, like I said, it's.
Thank you, and I'm sure that you have a lot to consider these days with your previous work in the Ukraine. So I would just like to send that support. as
Thank you,
well.
and I will pass that along. There are still folks there that I interact with and try and support during these difficult times. So thank you for those thoughts. Okay, have a great evening.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Alan.
All right, so 12A, with the amended agenda, our next discussion item is 12D as in Delta, is that correct?
Correct.
12D has to do with the permit fee schedule.
Correct. So, Commission, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
Commissioners, this is a conversation that started over a year ago. And we had multiple conversations. The fee schedule was previously approved by a commission back in June of 2016. And since then has not changed. However, even over the past 5 years, there's been significant economic changes. Economically and market-wise, it's not the same world that we live in. I mean, today, I think eggs are like $15 for a dozen. And we were paying $3 something, almost $4 a gallon of gas compared to we were like $1 something, $2. So it's a completely different world. Currently, we have a fee schedule that also is not reflective of the cost that the village sees to run the operations of the building department. We have a vendor that provides the plan reviews and the inspections. Just to give you one example, re-inspections, if someone fails an inspection or needs the inspector to come back out for the same thing, our fee schedule says that we charge the applicant $50. Our contract has it at $95. So that's just one area where you can see that there's a big difference. And so in this process, there was a couple different times. The first time with the law that changed, that no longer allows the city to mandate a contract for a project. Our old building official said, hey, we should change the fees to be more related to the square footage of the property. And we had a couple different scenarios. After the first conversation, it was requested, bring us the El Portal and other surrounding municipals. Let's see what that did. I brought that to the commission. Then the commission is like, we don't need to see that because we just need to be able to fund our own department. We don't care what the other people are doing. So there was a lot of conversation. And so when CAP came on board, they recommended that the fees, forget about the square footage. It's going to complicate everything. Look at a percentage. The percentage is going to help protect on the inflation side. If the cost of material and labor goes up, then the cost of the permit goes up with the inflation. If it goes down, then the cost of the permit goes down. And so the commission only has to look at the fee schedule to just ensure that the percentages are correct, but for the most part, it should be able to go up and down with whatever the market has. And so with you, and if you want to see what the older other communities do, we can definitely provide that, but it's in the prior agenda items as well. So what we did is I took all the old recommendation that's not being recommended anymore, and I gave you the spreadsheet that shows what CAP is giving. And I'm going to share that on Zoom. I'll share the screen so that everybody on Zoom can see what I'm talking about as well. It's part of your notes. I I hate that it's up top. And so here, basically, it's, there are, for a building, for the most part, it's 3% of the cost. The review fees are a flat 95. That's for the plan reviewers, for the inspectors. All the inspection is part of the percentage. And so everything kind of goes between 2.5% and 3%, and that's basically it. Then you have a couple things all the way at the bottom, where it's going to be more of, I know the county requires it's a penny or a percentage of this or something like that, so it's like a 1% charge. There are some flat fees that we've put in there, as you can see currently under the mechanical, where we're recommending an increase. We think this is going to be a lot simpler. There is a resident even in-house where they were like, hey, we're thinking about a project, and I hope you don't mind that I'm using you as an example, although I won't call you out. We're thinking about doing a project at our house. We want to know what ballpark, what will a permit cost us? Well, what kind of project is it? Well, it's mainly electrical. Well, for electrical, currently we charge for every outlet, we charge for the kilowatt, we charge for so many different things. And it was like, here's the fee schedule, use that to figure out what it is. And he's looking at it, he's like, I have no idea. I would need to have a contractor do all the plans just to figure out what the cost is to see if I can even afford the permit. And so that also becomes very burdensome on staff when we need to validate all the electrical outlets, all that kind of stuff, to be able to say, okay, these are 10 cents and there's 120 of them. And I got to verify that there's 120 of them and not 200 of them, or something like that. So that becomes very burdened, where we can simply say, how much is the project? Oh, the project is $100. Okay, 2.5% of $100 is what your base fee of the permit's going to essentially be. Oh, yeah, well, that's easy for me to kind of figure out on my own, right? So that's kind of the way that we're proposing this to be, so that we can do that. Now, one of the key differences for you also to consider in this conversation is we changed the contractor. The contract was up with Calvin Giordano. Their original contract was a 65-35 split, which means for all the revenue that was collected, for them to do all the plan reviews and the inspections, they would receive 65% of the revenue and we would get 35 as a village. However, in the last few years, they were requesting a 75-25 split. Because the commission couldn't agree and we didn't go for a vote, I was able to kind of push it off so that we didn't incur that additional cost. But we did re-procure the contract. There's only about, that I'm aware of, there's only 2 companies that do all this work within Miami-Dade and South Florida. One is Calvin Giordano, who was our previous vendor. The other is Cap Government, which is our current vendor. Only one submitted a bid for our procurement. One. In their procurement, they had a 90-10 split, meaning they would receive 90% of the revenue and we would get 10. I immediately saw that that was not feasible. We would not be able to support that kind within our budgetary constraints, and negotiated that down for this first year for 75-25. I think we can extend that in a good faith negotiation, and after they've kind of now seen what are everything that we're doing in the village, what's the revenue really look like, all these type of things. So I think we could prolong it, but at the end of this year, we would have to renegotiate and bring back to the commission what the new revenue split would be. So keeping a 2016 financial model in place is not helping the village maintain just the building department. All revenue collected by the building department must be spent within the building department. We can't use it for other funds, and we can't use it to build stormwater. I can't build it to improve the park. It's got to be there. The law even says if you're collecting too much revenue, you got to reduce your fees. If you're not collecting enough, you got to increase them so that you collect enough. Or you got to be okay transferring funds from reserves or general fund to supplement the building department. This year, we've allocated up to $26,000 to be able to do that. One of the things which, and I apologize, let me go back because I think this is an important part. In the unaudited financials, which I am showing on Zoom, it's part of your notes and your backup as well. But if you take a look at where our building funds are, and this is so I've already passed it. And I apologize. I just thought of this point, and I know I've talked about it today, and I was like, how did I not have it up already? So I do apologize. This is going too fast. Other operating, American Rescue, building fund. So right now, the way that we set up the revenue for the department is we essentially pick 50% of what we collected last year, right? We collected about 300,000 last year, so we budgeted 150. We do that conservatively because we don't know how many people are going to obtain a permit or what types of permits that they're going to get. There's no guarantee that we're going to have 20 new construction permits, right, for new homes. There's no guarantee. We might have an increase of electrical permits, but a decrease of new construction, or we might have an increase of additions, but not complete new constructions, right? So we try to be ultra conservative with that. So we're saying 150,000. The good news is that through November 30th, we anticipated only $24,000 of revenue, but we've collected 60. So we're ahead of the curve, which is great. But look at the expenditure. We assumed that we would be spending 175,000 in the year, right? So we figured that we're going to be short based on the 75-25 split. That is seen under professional services at 78,000, and that 78,000 is based on 75% of the 149. So we have that. The projected or through November, we've spent prorated, we should be spending 62,000, right? So we should already be $2,000 under the actual. We're only at 47. Why are we 20,000 under what we anticipated on spending essentially? Well, if you look at the same line, you'll see that there's a zero through November, there's zero on the professional services. There were some things that CAP had to do to adjust on their invoicing, the way that we were doing our permitting and stuff. So they're a couple months behind. They'll be submitting that and we'll be, paying that up. But once that number comes in, we're quickly behind what we've received on the revenue. So there's a lot of different components to this discussion as to why I am recommending that we update this to a percentage base. I think it makes it easier for residents to understand what their ballpark of a permit fee will be. There's going to be certain things that might not be exactly what there it is, although if they look at what the fee schedule is, they could figure that out, but they can ballpark it close enough. There's the market indication of where we are, and then there's the hard cost for the building department that we have. And so we can leave things that the way they are, as long as the board is comfortable with transferring funds from the general fund and the ad valorem taxes into the department. It's okay to do. We can do that. I don't recommend it because times have changed considerably. Projects that were a few $100 are now much more expensive. Driveways, for example, and in that, what I did is, because this was one question that the board, I want to say it was you, Commissioner Gonzalez, who at one point said, yeah, but Mario, what is the actual difference of what someone would be paying from today to the new fee? Give me actual examples. You were gonna ask me that again, which is why I had brought. Right, what's the cost of milk, right? So that's why you have, I got 5 examples and I gave you the indication of what the current cost of, these are actual permits. Okay, I deleted the address and stuff, but these are actual permits. And so we have new construction of a new single-family home. You'll see what the current total is, and all the charges on a line item basis. And then you'll see new total is the recommended of what's in front of you in that spreadsheet, right? So for this master permit, basically the current total, they paid $6,736. They would now pay $11,388 for a new single-family home construction for an addition of a living space and bathrooms, right? Completely different type of construction. I'm adding on, I'm remodeling, I'm changing the garage into a livable space. Current total, $2,269. New total, $3,762. So you see, yes, it's an increase, but it's not a $5,000 increase like it was for a brand new construction, right? And that's based on the cost of the overall project. You go further into a plumbing. This plumbing is based on the new construction. They paid $1,300. They will now be paying $1,500. Then you have a mechanical AC, essentially new construction AC. They pay $612. They would pay $773. And then finally, you have an example of an electrical. They're paying $1,700. They would pay $2,200. And then, I'm sorry, a new concrete driveway. Paying is $500. Now it would be $800. So I wanted to give you the entire conversation, and Pedro Martinez, our building official, is here. He can go into some of these things further if you'd like, as well as some of the other things. But I wanted you to have that full picture of the economic aspect, what are real examples of how this would impact residents, and where we are and where we're kind of going, and what the contractual aspect of what we have and what can we afford. I had one of you on the board ask me, well, Mario, what do other cities do? Not from a fee perspective, but how do they manage the department? And a lot of cities have in-house. And so again, I didn't have this, but I can look up if you'd like. We can look. I think it was, okay, I can't get in there. I think it was Sunny Isles has an assistant building official. So it is like a deputy director of the department. And for the deputy director or the assistant building official, I think it was between $103,000 and $170,000 or something like that. That's for the deputy. Now you add all the benefits package to it, the medical, Medicaid, FICA, retirement, all that. Add another $25,000, $30,000 on whatever that salary is. We just simply can't afford having a building official, a mechanical inspector, an electrical inspector. Sometimes you hit a unicorn, and I say a unicorn is that person is licensed to do the plan reviews, because it's a different license that you have for plan review and inspection. Those are 2 different licenses. But sometimes you get someone who's really ambitious and they have a license to do both the plan review and the inspection. And then they also do it for multiple disciplines: mechanical, plumbing, electrical, building, and structural, 5. So you're almost talking about a 10, 11 member department. Maybe we can get away with 6-member department if we found some of those unicorns that have both plan review and inspection that they're able to do. But look at the market for hiring someone. It's $100,000. Just a deputy building official already would make more than the city manager at Biscayne Park does. So I don't think that is feasible, and why we need to continue with the contractual. but we do need to have it in a way that we can continue to move forward. One option that I have not looked at, and I don't, at this point, I won't really recommend it, but I guess it could essentially be explored, would be, would the county want to take over the building department? But then we lose all of the code that we want just for us. The McMansion provisions of height, all that, the county, if the county says, yeah, we would do it, but all of your building code and all of those things that make you Biscayne Park and make you unique, it's gone because we're only gonna review and enforce county code. Well, then what's the point, right? So I haven't even engaged in those conversations because I think it takes away what makes Biscayne Park. So we have a very difficult decision and direction in which way we move forward. It's not easy. I know that nobody up here wants to increase costs to residents. I understand that. But this is one aspect where I don't think financially we can continue without having a discussion of we're going to be using up our reserves, or we're going to still have the residents pay more. They're just paying it on the millage as opposed to paying it on the permit.
Exactly.
So they're paying it regardless. So how do we fix it? So that's the entire thing. It's a big topic, but I think that kind of gives you everything to see which direction you want to do. It would, Madam Attorney, I don't know if this is an ordinance or if the fee schedule is passed through resolution, I think. So we can come back, I think, with a resolution to address if there's a conclusion tonight.
The fee schedule is maintained by resolution.
There you go.
Mario, I just want to say, I have a bunch of comments, but I want to say one thing specific to what you just said, that if we don't do something, the money's going to continue to come out of the reserve and the general fund, whatever. And that's, residents are paying one way or the other. Here's the difference, because it's not quite that easy. Yes, residents are paying both ways, but every resident's paying when it comes out of the general fund, as opposed to the residents who were doing work. So I'm not doing
Absolutely
any work
correct.
on my house this year, but I'm going to pay part of Art's driveway because we're not charging enough for the driveways. But I made that up. I don't know.
Essentially, no, you're essentially you're
That's the point,
correct.
is,
And
yeah, we're all paying for it as opposed to the specific people paying for it. That's the difference we need to keep in mind.
not only that, and you're absolutely correct, Commissioner Kennedy, but it also puts in to question, we get through that strategic plan and it's a wonderful idea and we have our priorities, but now we could potentially be sacrificing projects because we no longer have that additional 30,000 or 75,000 because we need to move that into the building department. So it's a greater conversation than just, are we increasing it $1,500 for a permit, or in the new construction for a brand new house that increased it 5,000. It's a much bigger conversation than just that alone. So I know it's a lot, and I'm sorry that you all have to face that conversation, but that's why you guys get paid the big bucks. No, you got the harsh realities. So the conversation is, do you all have question? If not, if everything makes perfect sense and you want me to move forward the way that it's proposed, then with that direction, we can come back with a resolution next month. But I'm sure you have questions. You all asked me questions on this prior to the meeting. If I've answered them, wonderful. But if you still want to have that conversation, we definitely can. However the commission wants to move forward, just give us direction.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and open it up to discussion on the item.
Here's a quick one. Everything in red, just to confirm, goes away?
No, everything in red is, if there's nothing in the green, it goes away. In some of these areas, in the prior conversations, a lot of the red wasn't necessarily discussed before. And so, for example, on the very first page that you're looking, alterations or duplex per dollar of estimate of cost per fractional part, that's something that was never done here, or the roofing per square foot, something that was never really done before, but it's throughout, it's just regular practice in other places. And so there's certain things that we're like, look, this is kind of typical. We should be including this as a fee to do it, right? So it's not only an adjustment on the rate, but it's an update on the fees that are assessed.
Clean up and structure, and then, okay. Red, okay, and then do the outlets go away?
The counting of outlets go away because it's just a percentage of the overall project. And well, I won't take that person's question.
I had another question on the budget, Mario. So on the past, you specified that the way we set up the revenue that comes in versus how we offset, right, on the expenses, you provision 50% on the revenue based on the previous year. In your experience on the past years, have we been negative?
No, in past years, because of stagnation, something that happened with CITT and happened quite often in this village, nothing was ever done. So we actually started creating a pretty big surplus. We had at one point over $100,000 in surplus. You're not allowed to do that. You need to spend those funds. If you're having a surplus, you need to lower your fees. That's what the state law mandates. What we ended up using is, because the state law also changed, we ended up moving a lot of that surplus into building the new electronic permitting software that we have. And so there was a much higher cost setup fee the first year than there is now. Now in the year, it's about $37,000, at $39,781, which is office technology. You'll see that's essentially what 37,000 of that is basically that software. The year prior, it was like 69 something or 70,000. And then last year, with the surplus, we're like, okay, how else can we meet on the general fund? Well, code department has a big aspect of inspection for the building code. And so we were able to transfer some of the salaries and the benefits for the code officers were paid through the building department. Because of when I was putting the budget together, I said, uh-oh. So I left the code salary and benefits under the general funds and not touching here. We took out another project that we started was we had dedicated 50,000 for scanning of the files in Village Hall. And well, we never got past Village Hall and we never fully completed that project. We started with the scanning. Well, you'll see in the budget, there's nothing for scanning because we were going to be $26,000 short. So it's like, well, I'm not going to offer a budget when we potentially don't have the money to even meet, even on a conservative basis, 50%. We all had a conversation and the commission had a conversation, and it was a lengthy conversation of, Mario, why only 50%? If we can budget, if we're seeing $300,000 worth of permits come in, what if we do that? Wouldn't that eliminate part of those? Like, it could, but then the 75% is also at that higher rate as well. So there's no guarantee that you're going to get the exact same revenue that you had the year before. And because I couldn't guarantee that to you, the recommendation what ultimately stayed was, okay, we'll go with a conservative approach for forecasting the revenue, but we anticipate that we'll have higher revenue. I'd rather come to you and say, hey, we've got 60,000 instead of 24,000. Great job. Our expenditures, we can do all these other projects. We're okay. As opposed to saying, hey, commission, I over budgeted the revenue and we're going to be really short. And so we got to tap into our reserves. It's just the way that I am. I don't like that second conversation. So that's why it's presented this way from a budget standpoint. I know it's like everybody wants to say something, but it's like, who's going to start this off?
If may I, guys, do you mind? Are you done, Veronica?
If you don't mind, just one follow-up question on that. So what I was trying to understand with what you said, I know we're being conservative with 50%, but in previous year, have we applied the same percentage? Have you done the same to say 50% of what we had?
We always budget 50% of what's done the prior year.
So this is a practice you've established since you started with the village.
Paul, I think initially started that even before my time. And I told him that's good practice. That's how I like to do it. So yes, let's move forward and continue that practice.
And in the previous years, we ended up with a positive at the end of it.
Yes.
Okay,
So
and
last year,
allowed it.
last year's budget alone, I think we had about it could have been closer to 400,000 at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So we anticipate that it's going to continue because people still want to improve. We had a lot of properties that are still selling and doing updates and knockdowns and rebuilds, which is fine. But I can never guarantee you that that person's going to knock down the house. They might just renovate the indies and put new paint on it, and I'm done.
And I just want to make a note, Mac, you said something that kind of, I was thinking about, clearly those that are coming for a permit we're all at the end of the day funding it if it comes from the general fund for the negative. I'd like to see it the other way, that if we have a positive, which we've had in the past, that also goes to fund other projects, right? Well, like the files that he was mentioning.
If it stays within that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So I have
Yeah.
the electronic filing, it could be also the new system that we have in place that you just mentioned. So at the end of the day, it does contribute to
Absolutely.
that as well. So it's not to be seen as a penalty. I mean, at the end of the day, we
No.
all have to put fees, but it's a reality that, the way I see it, you can escape, especially after so many years and the inflation we currently have and everybody going through. We see this cost every day. We charge, we get gas for our car by the X, as you were saying. So it is a tough reality we're having to deal, but I see the conundrum.
Vice Mayor, you're absolutely right. And to that point, not only does that allow for those projects within the building department to move forward, but that then means you no longer have that obligation on the general fund, so you can move those projects forward as well. Where in this budget, could we use another 30,000? Yeah, we could use another 30,000, but we have essentially 30,000 committed to making sure that we're not going to be on the negative for the building. So to your point, yes.
And one of the reasons for that is because of the change in the split with the new vendor.
That's one aspect, yes. That's one aspect. And again, a clear example, it's $95 for an inspection fee. Our re-inspection fee within our fee says $50. So essentially the village is eating those $45.
Residents are eating $45.
Ultimately, yes.
So the split's not going to change.
I would work with cap government to keep it at the 75-25. But again, remember, they agreed to the 75-25, and not to put Pedro on the spot because that's above his pay grade. But they agreed to the 75-25 to see how everything is the first year, to make sure that that revenue split will cover all the costs that they put into to the contract to cover, because their proposal is 90-10. So they come down, I go, look, I think you guys can do it with the 75-25 with the electronic stuff. There is a lot more savings and efficiency there. So they said, okay, and that's what we agreed to the first year. We'll see how everything works out, and to make sure that revenue split at 75-25 can continue to work, or if that needs to be readdressed. So that is coming back to you all in this summer.
So I have a bunch of notes, questions, comments, and it's such a big thing to untangle, and it's all based on what you anticipate and hope will happen. So I understand the examples you gave, Mario. So that's very helpful, the ones you just put up on the screen. What's interesting is when you look at the percentage increase, they're kind of all over the place. There's not a consistency there. It's not like, and it doesn't seem to be like large jobs, small jobs necessarily. So that was interesting to me. Some things I would like to see And I don't know how this would even happen. So it's just kind of like my dreams, you know? My fee schedule dreams. But I'd like there be a way, I'd like there to be a way to incentivize for faster completion. And I don't know how that would be in terms of like higher fees for re-permitting and re-inspections when they don't happen, but for things to move along faster and better. So I'm not suggesting anything here, but I'm just sort of saying that would be, if we could sort of use this as a way to kind of propel things forward better and get done faster, that wouldn't be a terrible thing.
If I can just jump in, because I will forget. So throughout the document, the building department or the initial building is at 3%. But after that, essentially, everything is at a 2.5%.
Right.
The only time it falls below that 2.5 is when you go into a 1% or 1.5%. And this is mainly the state and the county type of fees that they dictate what that is.
Right.
Um,
And there's some flat fees in there. As well.
There's some flat fees that are essentially based on like the $95 for the reinspection and the plan review that you see throughout. That's just what the contract calls for.
So
And I'm sorry, Pedro, you can,
Yeah,
no, now you just muted it.
No.
there you go.
Yeah.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
No, you just hit the button one more time.
Working now? Yeah. No, the logic behind the different percentages is the amount of work that it takes to get a permit completed. So a building permit has a high percentage because the master permit brings all the plumbing, all the specialties, they are reviewed under the building
It
permit
all comes in as one.
as a building permit. So it's a lot of work to issue the permit. And then building has many more inspections than the specialties. If you look at it, the plumbing was 8.5 for old plumbing, 3.5 for new plumbing. It's all 2.5 flat because it has less inspections. So we moved actually the cost into a building to reflect the actual work that's done in
I
each
understand.
permit.
I understand. Now,
Now-
some of them bring other things along with. it.
Right, and the other thing is we're doing, and I agree with you, we made it simpler. So the clerks can do it, make less mistakes. And the contractors can do it clear. We're working also on, you probably saw the website, we're revamping and we're putting little projects and new permits with just the inspectors, the inspections that go for that permit. So everything will be more efficient. We have seen, I probably see less people in the lobby right already. And we expect to have minimized because every time somebody's at the lobby, that person is wasting time and not letting the clerks work.
No, I
So
appreciate
it's
that.
not that I don't want people, don't want to see people in the lobby. We want to see them at the job. We want the
You
inspector
don't
to
want
see them
them
at
to
the
need
job
to be in
site.
the lobby.
They don't need to be in the
Right.
lobby.
I
if
understand
possible.
that.
Mhm.
Okay, so here's what I'm not, I'll wait for Mario to come back up for this. But
But that's the logic. It's a matter of work.
no, I understand
That's
that. I
why
understand that.
they're
I'd
different.
like to talk about perhaps making the difference even greater. So some of the bigger jobs, new construction, new builds, things like that, the percentage that they have would be higher than some of the smaller jobs. I have to be careful how I say this because it's not about who's getting the permit and for what purpose, but we have big jobs, tear a building down and build a completely new 5,000 square foot house. And then there's someone changing something in their house and it's a much smaller job. Now, granted, the
Oh.
dollar amount is smaller.
Yeah, but the bigger jobs will have many more sub permits. So as a percentage is the same, but you'll have a list of sub permits. So in the end, the total fee for a bigger job will be much bigger.
But they have the same percentage.
The same percentage in a larger scale every time.
That's what I'm saying.
But but-
If you increase the percentage,
that way you're fair. You're fair to everybody in percentage wise, but
I
they,
understand
the
that.
amount of work,
Careful how I
Mhm.
say this. You what? Oh, okay.
you're thinking about putting impact fees. That's what
Something
cities
that
do.
I-
They put
I
a
think some
park
of the bigger
impact
jobs-
fee. They put an impact fee for the increase of use of the land and stuff like that for a larger house per square footage. That's
you call
something
it an
that's
impact
totally
fee?
out. Hmm?
It is something, but it's something out of the building department. Building department is always involved. People think the building department collects the money, but it's not a building permit.
So Mario, here's what I understand the comparisons, but what I don't see is how will this impact this current fiscal year? We kind of don't know because we don't know what permits are going to come up. I get that. But how does it compare on an annual scale compared to the way we were used to do it?
I can tell you it would definitely generate more revenue based just on the examples that we saw. On an annual scale, I can't tell you because
I know, and
each
some of these
year-
numbers are kind of scary looking to me. It's like, is it going to generate too much additional revenue?
So each permit's going to be different, right? And so the permits that are applied for and are getting moving forward in this fiscal year for the remaining 8 months essentially of the fiscal year, I can't give you a percentage and multiply that on the total year because you might have more roof, or right now we have more driveway as opposed to new construction. And so you might still get 270,000 in revenue this year, but you actually issued more permits because the permits are just for smaller projects. So that's why I went to the individual level of the type of permits and where you can see the difference in there. I think it covers us.
And that's what I'm saying.
And then if it
Yes, it covers us. I'm going to guess it covers us sort of based on what we're looking.
right now,
But is it
that can then bring,
covering us?
well, but here's a couple items with that. That then means we can bring back the scanning project that is even at 50,000 last year is underfunded, right? You can continue to add resources in the building department, even from the code perspective, right?
There's good things you could do.
There are valuable things that we can continue to move the department to increase efficiencies
I get it.
and effectiveness.
I get it.
But if there's a point where, hey, look, we finished the scanning project, we've done this, we've already done all that, things have kind of settled down and things are where, and you know what, we still got about $100,000, then it comes back as a resolution and saying, we need to decrease the percentage.
I get all of that. Okay. So
But you're not going to know that until after.
I get it. To what you just said, though, yes, we could spend the money on things that would do very good things for that department and create better efficiencies and bring costs down in the future, whatever. I'd rather those choices be that we make them at budget time rather than, oh, we have a windfall here because we overcharged residents. So now we can do this project that wasn't in the budget. I'd rather those, like digitization, I'll just use that as an example. I'd rather that be a budgeted thing. Once we know this is really happening, that we can budget for it.
Mhm.
Rather than we go through the rest of this fiscal year. Let's say it started today and there's 8 months left, and we finish up a fiscal year and go, whoo, we came out golden at the end of this. We have all this extra money. Now we'll pay for the digitization. It feels like we're kind of
But you would, no, but what you would end up doing is bringing that digital project as part of the new fiscal year.
I understand.
Um,
The money came from the prior year.
Correct. But then as now you're able to say, okay, we ended up the year with $500,000 worth of revenue. So now the new fiscal year is going to show a projection of 200,000, not 140. And you still have the revenue split, right? Because it's still a percentage of the
Get it.
overall
It just-
revenue.
It feels like we're sort of setting ourselves up for a windfall.
But
The problem here is, guys, is that, this is not predictable. These are assumptions.
I know.
It's very difficult to say, we're going to have a surplus of this or this of that.
Yep.
So you really have to wait. This is one of these things that you just got to wait.
We've got to kind of figure it out this year and then see what happens and then do better.
And really all our budget is that way, right?
And that's why I'm saying, exactly to that point, that's why I'm saying, I think this might be a little aggressive in terms of what it could possibly bring in more than we need. And it'd be great that we had the money to do these other projects. It just feels a little excessive to me. I'd like to see possibly smaller jobs that residents are doing, have the percentage come down, and some of the bigger things that require so many more inspections and so much more work at the planning board level, at the staff level, have have those, let there be a greater difference in the percentages, and some of the smaller stuff, bring it down. I'm looking at some of these things and saying, these are really high permit fees for some smaller jobs, and we're going to increase them in some cases kind of significantly.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bit of a burden. If we're going to take our best stab at this, right? We're used to working in the hole, right, Mario? So if we're gonna,
No,
I mean, we enter it that way. So I'd rather us go a little gentler on this because it's asking people for more money and we aren't sure we need it.
so and I'm sorry, I don't fully understand where you're talking about, because we're talking about 2.5% or 3% in the building aspect of the project cost.
Exactly.
So it's the project that's going to determine what that fee
Cost
is
of the
going to be.
project.
But the problem is that there's a lot more smaller projects than there is large projects, right? So.
But you're not charging them at the cost of the larger project. You're charging them at the smaller rate. So if the project's only $100, 2.5% is all you.
Dollars, but okay, yeah.
But well, the minimum, if it's more than $100, you need to get a permit. So if it's a $500 job, technically you need a permit. Where maybe that's part of a conversation that the commission should have. And I don't know from the legal aspect, maybe the threshold shouldn't be $100. It should be 500.
It can't, whether or not somebody's required to get a permit cannot be based on the value. They could still required to get a permit because they're required under the Florida Building Code. If you want to waive the permit fee for certain amounts, that's one thing, but they're still going to be required to get a permit if that's what's required under the Florida Building Code.
We have a value now, don't we? Isn't it $100?
I've already opined previously that I don't think that is appropriate, and I don't think that's legal.
Take it out. Easy peasy.
There you go.
So, yeah. we
But if you can point towards an example, maybe I can further
Saying some
understand.
of the smaller jobs, it's basically 2.5 and 3,
But what, like $1,000 job?
but it's a
or
bit-
drop the percent, no, I'm saying drop the percentage down. The other thing is we're using the amount that we're multiplying it against is the cost of the job that the resident is providing to us. So we're basing this all on them.
Same thing as we do now. Nothing changed.
Not for everything though, are we? No?
Who checks the actual costs of the, let's be realistic.
Oh, we do check it. We do check.
You
We
act-
do
you-
object when
You
when
actually
people.
check.
Yeah, last week somebody came with a driveway valued at $1,800. It was about 25. So we objected. We refused to.
Well, I'm very
We
happy to hear
rejected that
that.
permit because we cannot allow that.
I'm very happy to hear that.
And
I'm
I can
assuming
give
that
you
that-
several more
That wasn't
examples.
happening before.
No, but we do that at the instructed reviewers and the clerks and myself also when I do a building.
But you actually look at the cost and you
Of
say,
course,
this is
of course.
impossible.
Of course.
Based on your professional opinion,
We're all contractors.
expertise.
Before being inspectors, we all had to be contractors for at least 5 years.
So
we
can I ask a question? Because I'm still trying to understand your point, Commissioner Kennedy. So we do the percentage based on the type of permit. The size of the project to us is immaterial, right? But let's use a fence permit, for example, right? If someone's gonna do a fence permit and they're gonna get new composite material, they're gonna do 500 square or linear feet of fence, and they're gonna, like, the Taj Mahal of fences, right? And that's gonna be a $10,000 job. So it's gonna be 2.5% or 3%, whatever it comes out for the fence. It's gonna be based on that 10,000. But the neighbor only wants to do, one side, and it's a $1,000 job. Still needs the permit. They both need the same fence permit. Are you saying because the neighbor's doing $1,000, their percentage would be 1% and not 2.5%? That's what I'm trying to.
I think he's trying to say is lower the percentage for those individual jobs, the ones that are most commonly done by residents. So instead of 2.5% or whatever's being proposed, maybe down to 1%.
Okay.
And then for larger
Okay.
projects like redevelopment or brand new
Okay, so it's-
construction of an
it's-
entire house,
Okay,
for
okay,
example.
see now.
Make that at 5%
So it's not the,
or.
it's not the actual project. It's the type of permit where instead of the 2.5%, make it 2%.
Right, lower those
Yeah,
things, and then for, again, like a brand new construction of an.
If that's where the, right, I mean, we're recommend, yeah, if that's where the commission's comfortable at a 2,
Oh, yeah,
at a
okay.
2.5 and 2 instead of a 3 and a
So
2.5.
Thank you for saying that. I was afraid I was going to step in something that was going to get me in trouble. But yes, because Valerie and I have had several conversations about this and she's like, do not say some of these things. So you get in trouble. So that's
That's because you were educating yourself on what's allowed, not because you had a nefarious idea of
Exactly,
what. Right.
exactly. So smaller jobs, lower percentage. Just it's the,
No.
it's the easy stuff.
No, see,
Just going
that's where you trip me up.
But can we-
Because
Can we put a value on it and?
a smaller
minimum.
job
Under
could
1,000?
still, a smaller job is still the same job as the
There's a
bigger
minimum.
job.
There's a minimum.
It's just the cost of the job that changes. What you're talking about is changing the percentage on the type of permit obtained.
Exactly.
So a plumbing permit
Mhm.
by itself, right? Or any of the, looking at plummet, blah, 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 blah. And let me share the screen so that those at home can, that are trying to follow our conversation can look. So under plumbing, we have new or repair of a septic tank, okay? And we're saying right now it's $175. Under what's recommended, it's 2.5% of the job, right? Is gonna be the base fee. You're saying instead of making that 2.5%, make it 2%.
Yes.
Now, it doesn't matter if your septic tank is going to be a $10,000 job or a smaller job of $1,000, it's still going to be the 2%. You're not gonna charge someone because they have a more expensive project, a higher percentage. That's not what you're saying. And that's where I kept getting tricked up. So you're talking about instead of the 3 and 2.5, which is how it's kind of outlined throughout, wherever it says 3%, putting it at 2.5, and I know I'm adding these percentages in your math
Going up on some of those. So go up on the bigger job.
on the building. Okay,
And like go up, like right now it's 2.5, 3. I'll just throw something out there. I'm not
Right.
intending this to be a proposal. Instead of 2.5, 3, it's 1 and 4, something like that.
okay.
That's what I'm saying is
That makes sense to me.
take the burden off it. Because look, right now, we're on those examples, some of these permit fees are going up a lot.
So which one are you talking? Can you give an example? Because I'm really lost here, Mike.
Well, can I just ask
The
very quickly
example
to,
Mario put up there.
Give me
just
one.
asking the
So
attorney,
look at the
village
one that's on
attorney,
the I keep trying to move the screen. It's not my screen.
are we allowed to set thresholds?
This is the driveway.
Went from 574 to 820. Percentage wise, that's huge. It's the one on the screen. Yeah.
So it's the new concrete. It should be the last example in your backup.
So from 570, I'm gonna call it 573 to 819. That's, what is that?
What was the total cost? of the-
42%
What was the
increase.
total cost of the thing?
Currently, it's 573,
573.
No, I understand that. I'm saying, what was the total cost of the project?
12,000.
So 12,000, right? And what was it? So what is the percentage? 2.5?
Right. Now, you're taking that increase from the 573 to 819.
12,000. It's. Yeah, but the project cost $12,000, right?
Correct.
And what is the percentage that we're wanting to charge? 2.5?
Just 2.5, right?
Huh?
See, there's an administrative fee in there.
Ah.
Right. So you're looking at 573 to 819 includes the other fees beyond the permit.
There's a bunch of other stuff.
There's a bunch of other fees in there. Yeah. So the math, you
It's not
can't,
just
you
a,
can't find that percentage that easily. But the bottom line is, right now, someone's paying 573.
So it goes to your point, Commissioner Kennedy, it would have the building permit fee would go from 204 to 360. Right?
Right.
That's how it's changed. And then,
Cost is 43% difference.
yeah.
Can I ask a question that might make this a moot point entirely? Are we allowed to set thresholds, like monetary thresholds? Now, I understand we can change the percentage per permit, but can we change the percentage based on the total amount of the project. So if we can't do that, then this
I don't
this
see
is a
a
moot
special-
discussion, and we can't do it that way. So if we're going to, I think it takes us, right, so you,
Mike.
Scheduled so that it covers your costs, right? It's not supposed to be revenue generating. It should be commensurate with the amount of work that it entails to review those permits. So I think what he was trying to say is, so for example, for the brand new construction of a single family home or brand new construction of a duplex, instead of it being 3% or whatever the fee is, to increase that more because that's going to require more reviews.
A lot more work involved in all of that than these smaller jobs.
Right.
Is that concrete driveway? You only look at that concrete driveway one we were just looking at. If you just look at the building permit fee, with all the other fees and stuff, you're the same except for the admin. Okay, so but all the other things stay the same. It's a 43% increase. The building permit. 7%. Huge. What I'm saying is for some of these smaller things, and there are, so driveway's not the tiniest thing. Lots of things that people do every day. I'm sorry. There's lots of things that people pull permits for every day that are much smaller than this. And to use the same percentage for the big, now I understand there's gonna be a minimum, there's gonna be a base, but it seems to me that burden needs to come off a bit and that the people, the big jobs, the ground up construction, find a way to make them
just-
pay for all the work there.
Just to clarify, and to your point, not saying that a lower percentage for something like this is not the way to go or anything like that, but to the point, and just to make sure that everybody understands it, it's a flat rate right now, and we're converting to a percentage of the value of the project. So that's where you have a big difference. And then not only that, but it's a flat rate from 7 years ago. So yes, right now it's gonna like, oh my goodness, it's a 70% increase, based on your math, and you're smarter in the math than I am. That's a huge jump, but we're talking about 7 years and then going from a flat rate to a project percentage
And I
base.
get,
So
it. We haven't done this for a long time, but
yeah,
and we
so-
should make sure we do this on a much more regular basis. So we
yes,
don't,
absolutely.
we look at it. This is an example of.
But I think it's a good point of, in some of these, if the commission's comfortable with 1 or 1.5% or whatever, wherever that threshold is, I think we can move in that direction. And I
I
think
just
it would
wish there was a
help, but-
spreadsheet you could plug different percentages in and magically know if you knew what permits were going to be pulled, but we don't. So if we're going to take a stab at it, I'd rather take a much
from a
more
cautious approach.
conservative stab at it, because what we're talking about is putting an additional burden on residents. And it's not their fault that no commission in this village addressed these fees for 7 years.
Then the question is, Mac, what's the threshold? Or where do you cut this off? Where do you say, okay, well.
Well, there's a
this is small
minimum
job,
in there.
This is a big job. How do you determine that?
I think maybe we're discussing, sorry. Instead of going to a flat fee to a 2.5%, we can just talk about 1.5, 2%. I don't know, this
We'll
will
see where we end up, because that's what's going to happen anyway. We're going to see where we
It's a
end up.
slow progress of 7 years of stagnation on this issue to something more progressive.
But you also have to be careful that you're not setting the percentage that you're actually going to be collecting less.
well, you're gonna be too low. That's what I.
Every permit
So-
example,
Up short again. and we
Right,
could be in a
so,
worse off
so if you look at taking the 12,000, right, for the example that's on, 1% of 12,000 comes out to
$120.
$120. So you're now collecting less than the 200 that you're currently collecting.
correct, so it couldn't be 1%.
I mean, we're just kind of throwing.
No, I know, but
extreme numbers out.
but I'm trying to point out that
I
So-
think a middle point again, and then the other part, and it just go back, so you need a permit starting at $100 job. Mr. Petro, can I ask you a question? So in average, when we receive permits, what's the lowest job that you normally see?
Oh, I really haven't.
So for example, we
So,
get
but that's
permits
simple
all the
permits, right?
time, and it could be the simplest job, could start at have you seen jobs for $100? I mean, I don't know that there exists now anything that you can pay $100. So I think that's something that we also need to look into. Correct. So maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Listen, that's ridiculous, that $100 thing.
correct.
That's ridiculous.
So right there, I think, you know, we're talking about the small jobs. I mean, we'll increase the fee by 2%. It will have an impact, but then maybe the base fee, you know, starts at a certain amount of money that it's not $100. Or
Just start like throwing numbers around. We have to know what would work for within the budget, the projected budget that we have, right? I mean,
Right,
we can't
so-
just say, okay, let's 1%, let's talk about it. We would, Mario would have to go back and project, this is the minimum amount we can do in order to cover ourselves and break even.
yeah, but at this stage, because
As the minimum fee.
No, no,
Right, the minimum
220.
is
Sorry, Mario.
125.
Wouldn't happen.
correct.
165 is a minimum.
Listen, it's almost.
No,
like-
no, excuse me. I think
Go
we
ahead.
misplaced the 125 is an upfront fee because right now there's no upfront fee. And
Correct.
people have their permits reviewed, they don't pick it up, they change their mind. And the village spent a lot of money paying reviewers. And
Yeah.
it all stays there, it doesn't get collected. So right now, the only upfront is a $25 for the board review,
Right.
but
And,
no for plant processing, for clerks, for anything.
and so that
else.
125
So, but that
will,
125 is discounted at the end of the permit.
Of the
Correct.
permit,
Minimum
yes.
125, and if the permit's, let's say 250.
Yeah.
It's 250 minus the 125, you have a balance of 125.
Listen, if I may just say that we're almost at 10 o'clock, we may need an extension. So we may want to ask to extend this meeting because we're definitely not even going to get through this.
We're not close. We're not close on this, and there's a whole lot more.
So whatever you guys want to do.
I'll stay as long as y'all want to stay. Do you want to make a motion to extend the
Yeah,
meeting?
I make a motion to extend it to 10:30.
I'll second that.
See what happens from there.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
So a couple of other things I want to toss in there just because I've stirred the pot, so why not stir a little bit more? So the administration fee, the admin fee is how much, Mario? I didn't write it down on my notes.
20,
25,
it's 20 right now.
but it's going to be
We're recommending
40. Is it should we consider some kind of a ladder amount for larger jobs with a larger administration fee? Or having, once it hits or a percentage, or once it hits a certain point, it starts going up? It seems to me that the bigger jobs, like, what is the administration fee really for?
It essentially helps cover the building clerk's time.
Okay, a big job, like a new construction, takes a whole lot more of her time than Bob put in a handrail on the front porch. So there's a whole lot more that goes into it. So I think there's a place that it would make sense to have some kind of have it not be a flat fee.
If we want to make it a percentage, I'm okay with that as well. Again, the percentage is going to increase that amount more than the $40 that you see now, because it'll be based off of the base fee. So you can make it a percentage of the base fee. So in the current example that's being displayed, if you look, I believe it's the technology fee. We're proposing $9. That's not a flat fee. That is a percentage of the base fee. So it would be a percentage of the 204 to the 360 under the new proposed. So you can essentially do that where you would say, hey, it's going to be 2% or 2.5% of whatever the base fee would be, which would be 360. And then that could be it. But
I mean, if that is specifically what that's for, I think that's something we should consider doing. At the risk of overcomplicating this, it just kind of makes sense.
But it's getting awful complicated.
This is still less complicated than it was than it is presently. Yeah, it is when you start counting out.
I would
No, I mean,
recommend.
obviously It is more complicated, less complicated than it is now, but the thing is,
Can I
for me,
ask?
for me, this is about keeping this simple and now we're trying to change too many things. And it's just going to get super complicated. And I just don't think that that's,
So can,
Changing a percentage, I mean, right now it's 2.5, 3, let's say.
yeah, but now
Changing
you want to
those
change the
numbers
percentage on an admin fee, not just on the
instead of, but that's,
value of the property.
it's just a percentage
of-
times a number.
No, I understand that, but you're going to be picking, and then you got to figure out what's a big job and what's a little job and what's, we have
That's already kind of been done when someone went in here and assigned 2.5 or 3 or 1 or whatever some of them are and flat fees. It's already been done. So now's the time to do that. I just feel like this is rather onerous and it could be, and it seems like we're taking a huge leap when we should take a good sized step.
so if I could do this in a couple different parts. One, is there somewhat of a consensus that, yes, we should prepare a resolution moving the fee schedule into a percentage base? I'm not saying what percentages, just the percentage base as it's recommended. Not the 3 and the 2.5 or anything, just that way to update.
Yeah, in
Okay.
theory, yes.
Okay, so we have one aspect down. Now, part 2 is what are those percentage, right? And so we said that 3 and 2.5 might be too aggressive, that we would like some of the more expensive projects to be hit a little bit more than some of the residential day-to-day projects, as we will kind of call them.
Rather than expensive, I'd rather say the more involved projects.
Involved projects.
you go.
Okay, better term.
Whatever we lower on one,
So-
raise on the other.
Right,
Exactly, for the
so
more involved
my
projects.
concern,
Yeah.
my concern is that if we go into the 1 or 1.5, the permit's actually gonna be less than what the current rate is. And we're,
I can't.
and so what I would recommend is to do a 2 and 4.
There's on the example on the screen right now,
Uh-huh.
2% would be 240 for the building permit fee rather than 204. So that's a good example. So at 2.5, it's 360, but you drop it down to 2, it takes it to 240.
Correct.
So that's
So-
a good, so 2.
And,
maybe
and then from there, if I can bring you that, and then
So another example that would use for 4%, which one would that be?
new home construction,
Like, do you?
so the very
know
first one,
Any of these ones that you brought?
the very first one.
What's the cost of the?
So you would look at 332,000.
Why am I not? Oh, I see.
No, that would be 4. So that would be 13,280
280.
instead of the 9,960.
So can you take a look at that 2 and 4?
Right, but when you look at
scenario,
it,
Mario,
cost
and
of an entire job of building ground up.
take a
Do you
look at this
see
2
those
and
types
4%
of
variance
percentages
here.
in other municipalities for permit fees? 4% on a new construction? Or is that high, or is that
No.
right in
it's
there?
Not too high, it's not too high.
What was the
Not too
question?
high.
Sorry.
4% was too high.
You know,
No,
So
it is
that
not
was the
too
other
high.
What does
question. Do we
everyone
see
else
this in other municipalities that we have a percentage based on the type of jobs?
Some
Have you seen that?
municipalities are much higher.
Yes.
Some are much
So
higher,
on
yes.
the bigger the project, because it does require
So much-
additional work, as you described before, the percentage sometimes you see in other municipalities to be higher than
Yeah, some
4%.
municipalities are higher, yes.
Like how much are?
Yeah.
Well, I think Miami Beach is higher. Sunny Isles is much higher too.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know them by,
Mike?
I work for the city of Sunny Isles Beach, and they do have, now obviously it's a completely different character, right? And they have different types of development. But they do have for the high-rise buildings, a higher percentage on the permit fees for those. Because they're more involved, they require different type of engineering reviews.
Much more
They
inspection.
are percentage-based building permit fees. And
Yeah.
then they do have a higher percentage for the larger multifamily, big, high-rise construction projects.
yeah, correct.
Yes.
There's a difference
Yes.
between commercial projects and residential projects. But over here, they're all residential. So we
residential.
don't do that. There's no fire sprinklers,
so-
no.
So
a lot of
argue,
things
to
that are
answer
not
your
there.
question, Yes, I'd be happy to see that resolution, and I'd
So-
be happy to see 2 and 4
So we're
as our
2 and 4 as the initial percentage base which we're, look, that's already 2 of the 3 questions that I've had. So the final aspect that I've heard, which was brought in at the end of the game, thanks, Mac, was on some of the village fee, right? Which I will tell you, looking at, you know, the first example of the new construction, it's admin fee, okay? Then the technology fee, and the training and education surcharge. Those are the only additional fees that we have from the village. Everything else is either state or county, okay? And those are required, and I'm not touching those, and you'll see the why, there's no change in them in between the columns. So I hear you to make those percentage as well. I will tell you that the technology is a percentage of the building permit fee.
Mhm.
So that's already,
Great, so why not
Based
make
on
the other
that.
ones the percentage of the building permit fee? A
So
different, whatever
if-
percentage we're set with.
if there's
admin.
consensus for that, we can, or I could simply bring back what the first 2 kind of consensus that we have, and then these 2 fees, actually, really, I think it's only the admin, because even the training is a percentage of something else. So even the admin, if you all want to say, let's make it the percentage, we can do that and just bring everything, or if we want
So
to
it's
keep
the
it
only one
flat,
that's not a percentage, is what you're saying? The other ones are a percentage.
let me
Why not make them all a percentage? At least the system is uniform and the percentage is different for each one of these things. The technology is smaller, the admin fee is large, whatever we end up doing.
Just give me 1 second, because I know I'll scroll much faster.
The cost.
So the technology's
percentage of the cost of
fee
the job.
is a
I'm
percentage.
sorry, no, the cost of the building
Permit base fee. So that's already,
Permit.
that's already a
It's the
percentage.
Base number.
And then administrative is a flat. And I need to find. And the training's already a percentage as well. So the only one is admin.
It's the only one that's not. So let's make them all uniform. So Mario, just to make sure I'm making my notes right, they would be based on a percentage of what number?
The permit base fee,
Permit base fee. And that is a calculation of the cost of the job.
correct. So for admin, make it basically 1% to match the training and education. And that's going to be based off whatever the permit. So in the example of the new building construction, where it is 13,000 based on the 4%, you get 1% of the 13,000, and that is your training and your admin fee.
The 1% for each one of those.
Correct.
For training, admin, and what about tech?
The tech is the 2.5%. Technology is 2.5.
So
Which I would recommend keeping at 2.5, because we have hard costs right now of about $40,000 alone on the software on a yearly basis. And so I, at least for this year, I would feel more comfortable leaving that at 2.5.
okay, so we're saying these 3 extra things that are added on that we have control over, because some are not our control, are technology, admin, and training. 2 of those 3 right now are a percentage of the base fee. We'd just make all 3 of them a percentage of the base fee. So at least we're being consistent on how we do it. And you're saying admin and training would be 1%, tech would be 2.5.
Correct.
I'm much more comfortable with that. At least it sounds like the bigger jobs that are churning out more of time and effort and stuff are,
So in the example for the new building construction, the admin fee would go from $20 to $130, based on
new construction
$13,000
of a
permit.
3,000 square
It's
foot house.
also-
Ba-
it's
Based
also
on a
the-
13,000 building fee permit.
On the new concrete driveway, you're saying?
Now, no, new building.
Building.
I'm
the new-
looking
the
at
very
that,
first-
that example is the last one. It's $12,000. And so you're.
No. The $332,000, the very first example.
No,
She wants to look at the
So
driveway.
if we look at the driveway, okay, I understand. So if we look at the driveway,
Yes.
and that is a 2%, so 12, we said it's $240
Yep.
for 2%. So 1% of that,
$2.40.
is $2.40. So,
Yeah.
right,
It's based on the building fee, not on the cost of the job. Yeah, yeah.
We just basically are waiving the admin fee. So I think, again, I think we're overcomplicating it maybe. I think if we go again, one step at a time, this will be the first time in 7 years that this has been touched. I think we got to an agreement that most of it is going to be percentage based. Maybe the admin fee stays us with your
But you can also do a
suggestion.
minimum on things. You could say the admin fee is 1% minimum of $20. It could always, because that's we have that in other things in here too. It could be a minimum, like we have for other stuff.
But because we are affecting, but then
Yeah.
you have a larger construction coming with a base fee that's going to be much higher.
Much
and then
higher.
The admin fee will go
so
according.
would the commission,
Exactly.
I
would
just
you
don't
all
know
be-
how I feel. I will feel more comfortable, I think, with the base admin fee as we have it and provide the most of what you already have suggested as a percentage stays as a percentage.
Mhm.
That we have two different brackets, which I think we had agreed. We have the lower budget or the lower project.
Less involved.
Exactly. Thank you. So because it does require less involvement, then there is a lower percentage of 2, for example. And then the higher jobs will have a percentage of such as 4.
But that admin fee is a separate thing that is meant to specifically pay for SB.
Correct.
And the big jobs involve a whole lot more moving parts for her. You go in to get a permit for a handrail, it's like a in and out, see you later, go put your handrail up.
And
these-
now, are we saying that, I don't think this goes dollar to dollar though, because in the case that you will be collecting more money on development permit fee, that will offset whatever
That's to
SB,
them.
right?
That's to them.
But I'm
The
saying,
admin fee is SB.
got it, but I'm saying that all goes to a bucket of money, right? At the end of, we don't know how much at the end of the day we're gonna have. It's
overall
revenue.
revenue?
Overall, yes.
So it will cover SB being part of the building department.
Let me ask you a question then. Why do we have an admin fee at all?
Well, I think, again, yeah, that's a question we can bring up. This point, we have, as far as I understand, that's your cover for the hours of SB.
on,
And that's-
on the per-
That's the rationale that we have behind it.
And these big jobs, so
But you don't match, again, I mean, it could be also that a simpler job takes longer based on the process. I mean, a plumbing job is different than electrical, we're not getting that specific. Again, I think I will feel more
So
comfortable
for-
going.
for
simpler.
tonight,
flat fee for admin.
for tonight, because you're not voting on this.
Yeah.
Okay, so for tonight,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing is do the 2-4, do the percentage, put this on a resolution. I would recommend, let's leave the admin fee at $40, and then at the next commission, if you want to change it, you can make an amendment to the resolution for that one line item where we have a longer conversation if you'd like. But for the purpose of tonight, I think we have direction on what to bring back to the commission.
But then we're saying we're not agreeing on anything, but we're saying 2 and 4, admin fee flat at 40
Mhm.
and training 1%, tech 2.5%.
Correct. And
I
then
don't know if-
if at the discussion, you want to continue the admin fee as a percentage or eliminate
Yeah.
or whatever,
Lisa gives us.
do that. But for tonight, we
can
have
look
the
at that with a
direction to move
fresh eye.
forward.
We'll have fresh eyes on this now.
Right.
And
Um,
then
okay.
the other
Mayor,
thing
I'm
of
cool with that.
the minimum amount of the job, is that something we're discussing as well? Knowing that you have to get a permit fee for starting at $100?
So legal's opinion is that that's not, you can't do that.
Okay.
No, that's part of the ordinance. So essentially, I'm going to give an example. If somebody comes in to do some electrical work, it doesn't matter that it's $98. If under the code, the Florida Building Code, a permit's required for that work, It doesn't matter that it's less than $100. The way the village's code is currently written, there's a provision that for any work that's under $100, you don't have to get a building permit. So that I have proposed.
But that's a building permit.
Right.
Yeah.
You could waive the fee if you would like. That's a policy decision. So for jobs under $100, we'll waive the building permit fee, but they
That's a
still need to get a building permit. And then the village would be absorbing the cost of the review because regardless, that has to be reviewed because a permit has to get pulled.
Okay.
So
Uh,
at the risk of being unpopular here, I'd like to try and tie this up because we've got about 20 minutes.
So
left, and know there
I
are
think
some
I
very
have,
time
I think I have direction on this one. I'm going to request, and I apologize, Pedro, but I'm going to request that because we only have 20 minutes, that we jump down to the 13B 2023 legislative agenda
So I
because
actually,
it's time sensitive.
so I tabbed that one, the 2023 legislative agenda, and then the density thing, because we have to address that before, if we're going to do anything about it. Other than that, I don't know that there's anything else that's time consuming on here or time sensitive on here. So I think we should just jump to that item 13B, if everyone's comfortable with that.
Yeah, and this can be very quick. So last month, I had brought to the commission a couple of different ideas that we were looking at what we would ask the state for money for. And one of the things that we were looking at was potentially seeing if we can get state appropriations. Thank you, Pedro, I appreciate it. And I'll follow up.
Thank
with
you.
And the idea of maybe getting a project so that we can get their sewers available on 121st Street. Maybe we can run laterals from the sewer main to the Biscayne Park properties and connect them to the sewer. After looking at some investigation, overall, I don't think the price initially changed from our last discussion. It's probably going to be about a $650,000 project or more. However, looking at a lot more of the permitting requirements, the design requirements and all that, we're not going to be anywhere near ready to ask for money for the project. So what I'd like to do is ask with your all approval is apply to do the design of phase 2 of the stormwater and roadway repair project. Phase 1B is being funded through federal funds, and that's part of the contract that's out in the street right now. But we don't have any funding currently allocated or anticipated for phase 2. And so if we can move that, and we're just asking for design dollars, not construction dollars, just design, to get design and permitting done. And then we can go back to the state, ask for construction dollars at a later time. That's going to be the easiest thing for us to do right now. We have a history, we're showing progression of work, and it ties again to environmental and water projects that the state is still positive on moving forward. That's my recommendation. If you guys are okay with it, overall consensus, and then I can start that application and get everything done this week. We are trying to do it because they are already starting committee weeks. So I don't want to keep holding up.
Yeah, let's do this quickly before the permit fees go up.
I have a couple of quick questions, Mario, if I may. So is the $50,000 match budgeted anywhere? Where would that come from?
It would be budgeted in the next fiscal year.
So we wouldn't have to come up with that now?
No.
Okay. And this is solely for design.
Solely for design.
So what is the shelf life of a design? I mean, what if we didn't move forward with this right away and in a year, 2 years, are those designs still good? I mean, are they?
Yeah, for the most part, something that short, you're okay. You might just do some confirmation of some of the numbers for the water table. If it's something that gets shelved for the next 10 years, then you definitely have to do geotechnical engineering, which is just boring down, checking the soils, checking the water level, and making sure none of the utilities have shifted and stuff like that. But overall, the overall design, you're going to be okay with.
And this is a unique design for each one of these projects. It's not a cookie cutter thing.
It's not a cookie. No, because the ground and what's underground is different for each.
So how many unique, we'd have 5 unique designs at the end of this if we did it?
It would be about 5, yeah.
5
or 6.
And you're confident that they'd be good for a couple of years at least?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what
No problem.
I just don't want us to do this and then find out, oh, God, something changed and now
No,
it's not good. Okay,
no.
I'm good with that.
Okay, I'm seeing head shakes. Yes. Okay.
Any more?
Okay,
affirmative-
then
affirmative?
Yes.
we'll finalize the application and move that forward. Thank you so much, Commission. And then now the density.
Okay, yes. So this was an add-on to the agenda from Commissioner Kennedy having to do with the North Miami-Dade increase in density proposal. This is an item, so it's an add-on.
Okay, so I'll just tell you really quickly, you all have a copy of this. Did you all receive it at home as well? Okay, I did. I heard about this from Janie and Bob Anderson. They let me know they received it the day before I did. Then I got this in the mail. You got it, Veronica? No? Okay, so maybe you all don't live close enough to it or something. I
Right,
don't
it's
know.
within
That's
like
what it is.
500
Okay.
feet or 1,000 or.
Okay, so this is, it's a proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan for Miami-Dade County. This is unincorporated Dade County. Mario, step in if I'm saying something incorrect here. And it's going in front of the Board of County Commissioners for a zoning change to change this specific area. It's across the tracks from us, up at 120th Street area, right up at the very north end of us. And it's
121st.
It's changing it from industrial and office, and I don't think there's much there right now, to high-density residential. And if you go online and look, the plans are several very large high-rises, smaller buildings. It's like a whole campus, 60 to 125 dwelling units per acre. So it's a big project. And it's in two phases. And this only shows phase one, then phase two is directly adjacent to it is another one. So I'm just brought this to everyone's attention. I didn't know if you had seen it. And if we want to share any opinion on this as a community, I mean, we each have the right to do it as residents, but as a community, if we want to do something, if we want to voice an opinion, we need to decide what that opinion is, and we need to get it to the Board of Commissioners 9:30 Thursday, January 19th. So how big of a concern is this? We just voiced opinion about something not dissimilar to this that took place, that's taking place over in Miami Shores that we said has the potential to impact us. So do we want to stick our noses in this municipality's business?
Kind of the same thing we just did with Miami Shores. Literally.
And it's very close to us. It's even closer. And it's just all part of this trend that's moving. It's just remarkable to me how quickly some of the density around us is increasing. City of North Miami, the projects, we were talking before the meeting about the one over here by the elementary school, whose name I always forget. It's just kind of crazy. And all of this, of course, impacts us as a community because we're kind of this little bedroom community oasis thing stuck in the middle of it with all our pretty trees and birds and cats and everyone's flying through. So
Just for the commission, if you're on the Zoom, I'm sharing the screen of the Google map of 121st. And so right now it's a auto repair facility right here on 14th Avenue and 121st Street. So it's this whole area, and then they have warehouse type of structure down here as well. So that's the area that,
you scroll down, can you move the map up a little bit so we can see? See, it's right there is where that neighborhood starts. If you move the map up, move it up.
let me just zoom out.
See, right there is then where all the houses start.
The yellow line is 125th Street.
Down to the bottom of the map. Slide it up. There you go. See, it then becomes residential right there. So it's this industrial area there with all the white roofs, and it borders that. No, that's up closer to Biscayne Boulevard. That's all single family. Well, I don't know if they're all single family homes, duplexes.
No, you have condos along on the south side of 119th Street, and then it turns into duplexes and single family homes.
So do we have an opinion? Can we agree on an opinion? Do we want to share it? And how do we share it? Do we have to be so nice?
Well,
Nice didn't get us anywhere.
Exactly. So let's try the opposite.
well, I can tell you, so I had a conversation with the Miami Shores mayor when I went to the meeting, and I stuck around for like 3-4 hours, and there was like 45 people deep, and like it was going to be another 3 hours. I didn't stay to read it onto the record, but I did speak to her, introduce myself. This was my first time talking
They
to her.
got the letter. They all got
They
it.
all had the letter up on the dais with them, and they were all very kind about it. And I just wanted express to them that we're not trying to be adversarial. We're not trying to tell you what to do with your town. We just want you to consider us. And she did say, well, are you guys you're taking a position on this? Are you going to read it in front of all the residents? She seemed concerned. And she shared with me some, some private matters in dealing with residents, and everybody knows what's been going on with Miami Shores. So I don't know that we want to be, any more aggressive than we've been with Miami Shores. I understand that this one's even closer to home and it's even more impactful.
It's the county. This one's the county.
No, but I agree, I mean, with Art, I think we already said it, or we already have a letter in place.
We should be consistent.
We
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
consistent with it, and I mean, it doesn't hurt, just to let them know that we are here and we.
And
need
it
to know
impacts
what
us.
happened,
Yeah.
We're gonna be kind of carefully looking to what happens, yeah.
So how do we do this? If we agreed to sort of basically copy paste the message, Mario, how do we pull it off at this point? Given that this meeting is before we would all meet again to approve something. Last time we had the luxury of approving the letter that I wrote. County Commissioner is the new one.
Mickey Steinberg is our new commissioner. What,
Right to her.
if we're just gonna change the letter of who it's addressed to,
Well, it needs a little bit more than that because it's very specific to Miami Shores in that letter.
this is for Thursday, January 19th. So if there's approval by the commission, and then it's given to us, and then we'll make sure it's submitted to the appropriate department.
Do you want me to draft a letter for you, Mario? Sort of take the letter I wrote last time and recraft it to a county message?
It's what the commission wants, sir.
Would you guys be okay if I took that same letter and basically massaged it a little bit to be specific to that project? The same message, but it impacts us, and we're concerned, and we just wanted you to know our concerns.
Yeah.
And address it to our county commissioner. Does anybody have a problem with me writing it and giving it tomorrow?
I don't know that
Won't
it's,
see it.
I don't know that it's addressed to the county commissioner. We can, I think it's addressed to the community council. So the county, for unincorporated areas, they have planning boards, which are called community councils. And those are all elected officials on there as well. They just don't have they're not like the county commissioner. So that's the governing body that oversees the applications from a zoning perspective.
Where do you see that on here?
So if you look down under the map, it says Biscayne Shores Community Council number 7. I'm sorry, say that again.
It does not have enough appointed members to meet quorum.
Scheduled, this community council does not have enough appointed members to meet a quorum requirements.
Yeah. So we should address this to the county commissioners.
Yeah, as a body.
I'll do a version like I did last time for each one by name, et cetera. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out.
By the end of the week. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm glad we were able to get that in before next Thursday. Okay, well,
7 minutes to spare.
7 minutes to spare. Nailed it. So we'll move on to 14 placement items on the next meeting agenda. We've got quite a few that we've got to roll over. Okay, any announcements?
Anything else for February? I know you mentioned March.
Yeah, so I'm not going to add anything to February. We have a lot of rollover, but I do want to say this now because I want to give everyone lots of advance warning. It's the code conversation that started earlier this evening. On the March agenda, that gives us all 2 months to prepare and staff 2 months to prepare. I would like us to have a very serious discussion about code in Biscayne Park, our goals for code, our expectations, and accountability. It's time that we sort of say, this is what we want this to be, what we want it to be, and how are we going to get, how's Mario going to get there, and how do we hold everyone accountable to make this happen? It just seems to be all over the place, and it's in a state of constant upheaval. It's been, since I've moved here, and I've lived here going on 8 years now, and it's just been a constant, this time we'll get it right, this time we'll get it right, this time we'll get it right, and we've never gotten it right. So I want us to have a conversation with that with Mario, so Mario has time to prepare you know, he can talk to each of us separately and he can have something to present and we can have a conversation. And in cases like this, it's not fair to Mario that he's responsible to us for this, and it's never been really communicated to him as a body. So I think he deserves that from us, so he can get his job done the way we want him to get it done. So March agenda, folks. Okay.
Mario, well, no, I was just gonna ask, were you able to find out the amount of people that weren't in compliance with the driveway ordinance?
There are 11 properties that do not have a driveway at all. And so
The entire, in the entire community is only.
Don't have one at
Correct.
all.
correct.
And have we approached them individually?
Yes.
We've all been given courtesy notices.
Yes, they've all been given courtesy notices. Let's see, and then they've also started a list for properties they felt might be in non-compliance.
50%.
Right, but
They've not been given courtesy notices. All of them have not
I
been.
don't believe so, but they were gonna take a look at those again because, for example, in my conversation with Doreen, they're like, oh yeah, this property had a crack in it. And I was like, yeah, but is it the whole driveway? Is it 50% gone that they gotta rebuild, or is it just that it had a crack? Oh, it just had a crack. Well, then, no, that doesn't mean it's not, it's not gonna need to be redone. So they're like, oh, maybe we should, go back and take a look at these. And I was like, yeah, let's reestablish that standard that you're looking at 50% or more needs to be redone. And that is something that you would get a courtesy notice for. So they're looking at those again, but there are 11 properties with no driveway and an additional 4 properties that are vacant and have no driveway.
And in the past year, since we passed that ordinance, there have been a lot of driveways put in this village.
Currently, there are 28 active permits.
So there are lots of people that said, okay, we got the message, we're working on it.
Let me ask you one more question. So of the 11 that don't have driveways that we've given courtesy notices, have you gotten any feedback from the 11?
One took out a permit, but the permit's now expired. We've gotten a few residents, although I don't remember the addresses, so I can't say if they're one of the 11 that they've asked for additional time. They were concerned, they're looking, things like that. It's an item that I brought to the commission. Technically, you all don't really need to do anything, okay? As a courtesy notice, code can establish a reasonable amount of time for a driveway ordinance. That could be 30 days, it could be 60 days, it could be 90 days. There's a lot that goes into that. So from an administrative standpoint, look, I can just be a really nice guy, but it's something that Commissioner Gonzalez, you brought up almost a year ago of, hey, we might want to reconsider this January 2nd when we get there. And I know a few of you have had conversation with residents that are concerned. And so I simply just brought it to the commission for you guys to think about it. And if you want to give an additional extension, great. If not, you don't have to either. But I just felt it was fair. I thought it was fair for the commission to address it and be able to say, yes, we'll provide a 60-day moratorium from the January 2nd. That way the courtesy notice or whatever doesn't, they don't go into violation sooner, but you're not forced to. And there is some leeway that administration has that I'm going to try to work with the residents, because finding a contractor that can come out right now and do all the plans and get all the permit, even just getting the permits is going to take you several months. Just because it's got to go through the planning phase.
But they knew about this a year ago. Let's keep that in. And just to make sure everyone up here is very.
We're talking about it for 5, but
Yeah.
that's another story.
Well, just to make sure everyone up here is very clear, this ordinance that we passed a year ago is not the first time that people were required to have a driveway. Since at least 1985, having a driveway has been a requirement in Biscayne Park. And over all these many years, people have been cited for not having a driveway. They've been fined. So people have been told to do it, been forced to do it, been fined for not doing it, complied. This is not something new. Really, what we did was
To adjourn, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:30.
well, we have,
What do we have?
I just want to say something to you guys. So I'm going to get this letter to Shantae by the end of the week. You guys need to go in and sign it. So make sure you're available to run in and sign it.
Okay. All right. Having heard no further announcements, we have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Motion adjourned.